Okay.
All right. Should I join as the home team or the visiting team?
Visiting team.
Great. I wonder if the wizard actually correlates to how I join the game or not. Because it'll probably ask me when I find your game. But
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
yeah.
so whatever you
All right.
pick now shouldn't matter.
Save game. No. Join as visiting. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're right. Alrighty. So do you think it would be more beneficial for you, El Experino, to wield the hunters, or for me, El Nuberino, to wield the hunters?
Uh, yeah, I mean, there's a couple approaches we could take to this, right? So for a little bit of context, right, in I think where my advice is going to differ a little bit from what you've kind of talked about with bots, right, is that um, I have a more, I guess, narrow band of what I see as like good models versus bad models, and especially in a game like this one where you can only bring six, right, and they're all immediately competing with each other. There's no points value or anything like that. That I tend to focus on a very small group of models because I think getting reps with those will edge out value from trying to play a slightly techier pick, right?
Sure.
Um, Also, I have a lot of experience with hunters, and I have a lot of experience with morticians, and then I have medium to no amount of experience. I wouldn't call myself an expert on much beyond those two things, right?
Okay.
So I have a lot of very useful and good things I can say and feel credible saying about a game I haven't played in a year about those two factions, and then like falconers and rats to a tiny bit. But outside of that, I'm gonna be a little shakier.
Okay. That's fine. Like I feel like just getting uh more directed, specific information on hunters from like anyone with more experience than I have, which is now one game with playing against Never,
Sure.
is going to be valuable. And I am pumped. I'm sure you've seen in the Discord that I'm going to go to this, assuming that I get my second vaccination shot, which I think I will. I'm going to go to this tournament in LA, and I'm pretty hyped
Mm-hmm.
about it.
Yeah.
This, however, is the first tournament I've ever signed up for where I did not think I was going to win. Because I'm the kind of
Mm-hmm.
person who does not compete at something unless I am good.
Sure.
And I am decidedly not good at this game, which is fine. Like, I love the game and I plan to get good. This is why I've decided to start hounding strangers to let them record me for YouTube and talk to me for hours about a dead game because I
Mm-hmm.
really want to be good. But any step in the right direction is good. So I don't mind if it's like a year out of super clutch meta razor's edge. I don't, yeah, whatever, man, bleeding edge, I don't care. I'm
Sure.
gonna go get clowned on by some dudes in Southern California for a bit, and if I have a little bit more knowledge before I go, uh maybe I'll score some points, maybe I'll win a game, who knows. I'm
Okay.
pretty pumped about it.
I think you'll do better than you think you might, just kind of based on the discussions and kind of some of listening to you talk about some of your games.
Okay,
We'll see, but
cool.
I wouldn't be too down on yourself. I think you are going to be. I mean, certainly with all of this, you have getting off to a fast start, right? But
That's the goal. Yeah, try to jam 5 whole years into a mind shake and no kung fu very quickly. Just inject it straight to my brain pan.
so based on that, I think I'm going to play Hunters this game, just because I think that's the team I can play the best to give you the most information and the most uh, just the fastest way to get good, credible stuff going and good information across. If you also want to play Hunters, that's fine by me. If you want to play something else, that's totally fine.
Uh,
Whatever you think is
nah,
best for
let's.
you.
I'll play something I know a little better, I guess, and then I'll probably show the replay to some number of people and have them talk about both sides of it, or you can talk about your side of it. But having uh having the mirror seems goofy because I will clearly just be playing the pieces in an inferior way. Well, let's find out what I can do here. I could just play the order. I play the order a lot. I feel like I would not embarrass the hell out of myself. Uh, it's so funny how much more experience I have with minor guilds than major guilds. Like I click on the majors and there are a bunch of guilds I like more than the minors, but like my actual time playing with or against them is so low relative to the minors. Uh, yeah, I'll just play the order. Let's go. Rick Skit.
So the other thing that I would recommend we do this game. So I have a long-standing belief that most people are bad at practicing miniatures games because all they do when they want to do a practice game is they just play a game like it's a tournament game and they approach it the exact same way, and that's kind of the be all and end all of their practice, which I think is less effective than saying this is going to be a game where we practice and we both try to play both sides of the game,
Oh
right? And
yeah,
we
yeah.
talk
Like
about
I come from TCG playtesting,
sure,
where
yeah,
like TCG playtesting is kind of twofold. Like you play just a ton of games, just so many games, and then you start building heuristics on okay, this never works out, or this always works out, or this works out like half the time, or whatever. And then when you're in a tough spot, it's like should I do X or Y, right?
okay,
And I also think that like I'm going to be the type of player that follows the convention at tournaments that's going to warn someone about resilience. That's going to warn someone
sure,
about like you're going to get into you're going to hit counter charge. Like, did you know this model has close control? Because like I've been watching some games recorded online, and some people like most the I would say the majority of games that I see, both players are reminding people about those sort of like gotcha rules, right?
mm-hmm.
And I think that's dope. And if it turns out that that loses me some games, whatever. But I'd rather lose with my opponent like making strategic mistakes instead of executional mistakes, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, I plan on like sort of explaining what I'm thinking and why I'm thinking it, and I hope you do too, so I can get
Yeah,
an idea of what's happening.
okay, cool, yeah, sounds like we're on the same page then.
It also makes it just a way more interesting video to watch. Because, like, most of the time, you're getting, if you're watching a streamed Guild Ball video, from what I can tell, you get, like, the streamer muting their microphone and talking about their plays, like, sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting banter between the players rarely, and you're
Mm-hmm.
getting the other person's strategy never.
Yep.
And so I think that seeing both sides of it is something like if I was going back to January when I found this game and I had this video, I would have been quite excited to see it. So hopefully some new Guild Ball player will be excited to see this.
Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so I'm just gonna roll some dice. You have initiative.
Nice. I would like to receive the ball.
That makes sense. Cool.
Would you like the side of the board that has rough ground?
I'll take the side with the fast ground, I think. Or yeah, yeah, I want the fast ground.
Okay. Well, I'll have you know that this is going to be my captain and mascot.
That makes sense. Uh, oh right, game plans. We should do those before the draft.
Oh, that might change my decision. Yeah, I should see him.
Oh god. Hmm.
For the sake of making the video more interesting,
Mm-hmm.
do you want me to flip my cards while you look away for a second so you have them and then I will flip them back over just so you can show them, or does that
Um,
not actually matter to your viewers?
I don't think it matters a
Okay,
ton. I'm
great.
not gonna worry about it. All right. Put those over here. All right. Brisket and Pride. I'm going to be playing Steeljaw and the Cat.
Dope. All right, first up is Herald and Hat.
I'm going to bring the bear.
Bijou-toi.
Egret.
Bangers.
Bet Minx.
So my thinking here is normally Benediction is pretty bad. But
Mm-hmm.
Benediction might be dope because in a standoffy game where I'm taking a bunch of chip damage, his AoE heal might be good. I'm thinking about Grace because if you end up killing one or both balls or trying to get me locked down, Grace kind of gets me out of that situation, and she also fights chip damage pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And Mist, it might just be a sacrificial goal quickly, and then he'll get mired down by your goal, and eventually just riggedy wrecked. But that doesn't matter because then the rest of my team can fight back and take additional goals. So I think they're all valid. I'm leaning toward Grace the most because I think that she straddles the line between what the other two do. So I kind of have the access to both, right? I have
Mm-hmm.
Benediction's heal in her character play, and also the fact that just being able to go faster against the team that wants to restrict my movement is pretty good. And she can also be the like first goal kind of winger striker type thing that Mist can do. Uh, Even though there's a ton of terrain on this board, and Mist would probably enjoy it.
Yeah, so I think your assessment's pretty spot on there, right? I would not probably consider Benediction here, just because almost all he brings you is the heal, which Grace can do kind of well enough. There's a slight bonus point for Mist in that my best ball holder is Egret, because she has a tackle dodge on one and close control. So 1-inch strikers trying to get the ball off her sometimes have a nightmare of time doing it, and so being a 2-inch reach striker is, like I said, bonus points on Egret. But I
Mhm.
think overall, I agree that Grace wins out. But Mist would also be a fine choice here, I think.
Okay, cool. So I'm not like there isn't a terrible pick, and my analysis was kind of right. All right, so
Mm-hmm.
happy about that.
Oh, somehow I ended up with two Chaskas. Well,
It's double-barreled Chaska.
so the last slot I always find hard to pick into order. Um, J-Car is okay. He gets to do a lot of damage into order models. A lot of them have the stat profile that he likes to hit, but also a lot of them have pretty good counterattacks. So it needs help to actually stick that damage, which is easier said than done. And doesn't. If resilience is gone, he's totally happy to kill Fangtooth, and if resilience is up, he's not great at dealing with Fangtooth at all.
Sure.
So he's kind of borderline. Uh, Edge I'm mostly have when I'm playing Skatha and going for goals, and into you trying to play ball is just not a winning proposition in any way, right? So I don't think in this case there's much of an argument for Edge, and so then it's just which flavor of gun do I want, right? I like the boombox is really nice to disrupt your positioning from range, move stuff around, and just push things further away from my person holding the ball.
Mhm.
I value boombox more than probably any other hunters players on the planet. I love Jaska. Matagi gets me some chip damage from range, and having access to
He also has
Harrier is
he has
nice.
far strike tackle too, right? Like the fact
Yes,
is he can tackle from being actual downtown.
sort of. Yeah, is that so? Like he will tackle the ball from 6 inches away, but most of your models are pretty capable of going 6 inches back over to him and hitting him, right? So he has to be able to tackle it and punt it somewhere useful, which
Mhm.
is sometimes easy to do and sometimes not much of a thing. So I think I'm going to go with Chaska just because familiarity more than anything. Might be right to play Matagi, but here we are.
Whatever, man. Bring a gun to a lion fight. Let's go.
There was a time in my roster, and it might still be true. I actually don't remember what my 12th model was, where I played Zarola specifically to make my order matchup easier to deal with, because she just has unpredictable movement, which is a big help.
Yeah. Other than the ball, I don't think I have an answer to, or other than the ball of light, I think I don't have an answer to unpredictable. Brisket has the viable jog, but seems pricey.
And dicey too, because Zarola's Def 5.
Oh yeah, that seems quite rough.
So that was the game plan, and maybe I will miss Zarola here, but oh well. This is what
Wait,
we choose.
why? Oh,
So I'm kicking, so I get to deploy first. And I'm going to kick with Minx.
okay. Um, so you could kick it after her jog. Could kick it 6 there. There. Yeah, okay. Great. Let's have all of y'all over yonder, and want to hear about that? Nah, you're fine, but sure. I think this is a deployment. Let's give them some influence. Oh, you have to kick off first. I'm crazy.
Yes, yeah, I'm just grabbing tokens. Okay. Sure. Kick it like that. 3 die kick. That's
She done
good.
it. She done it. Done did it.
No, I think I can do better than that.
I think you can't do worse than that.
uh, where'd it go?
Oh, you don't see it? It went right under like an inch away from where it was. It went one in the one. It's
Okay.
between the obstacle and Grace.
Well,
Do you see it?
wherever it. No, I don't. But well,
Oh.
when you
Oh,
pick
dude,
it up.
it evaporated when I went to click on it. Okay, I can put it right back where it was. Just a second.
Okay. Yeah.
So spawn, I'll spawn the ball, and it was right there. You see it now?
Yeah, I do see it.
Okay. So where did the ghost ball go? Okay. Well, dude, that's super strange. Whenever I go to click on it, the ghost ball appears again. So I don't know what's going
Fantastic.
on, but whatever. It's the vassal ball is haunted. Whatever. We're good.
Yeah.
Now that the kick has happened, I will give the magical ball to uh, 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 Grace, and then I will allocate. Whoa, why does Grace think she can get 5? She cannot get 5. 6, 10, 11, 12. All right, I am allocated. I'm not sure this is right, but I think I want to go super hard on my 3 strikers and use the free abilities of everyone else. Because I think you're not going to try to engage super hard. So my goal is have Grace open up and then do uh Harry the Hat shenanigans, passing around between Brisket and Harry and Spigot. Fangtooth's probably not going to be super effective this turn. Pride going to do basically nothing. Uh, and then see where we end up after you force me to take a goal earlier. I try to find one.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable. Okay, that's my allocation.
All right. So I will activate Grace, and her kick is 8. So I will make a tap and pass with the ball of light to. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's fine. To Brisket.
Sure.
Uh, so she will pass here. She has a 3 die kick tap in. She got it. Thank God for tapping. All right. I'm gonna bank the momentum and I will pass and move Brisket, and I believe that Brisket will want to be here. Is that cool?
Yeah, looks great.
All right, and then kill her and kill this. She has full of light. Uh, and then Grace will walk to the ball. That's not true. Uh, where do you go in your life? Cast Quickfoot on yourself. You go this far. That's cool. Let's do that. If I put here, and you are 1 away from El Minxo, that put you in tap-in of your old captain? It does. Fantastic. Okay, so Grace is going to Talisman Quickfoot on herself,
Mm-hmm.
and then she will spend 1 to sprint. She will then go and pick up the ball and wind up uh, here inside of 1 outside, or but not base,
Mm-hmm.
for Minx. And then she will spend 1 influence to pass the real ball to Brisket.
Okay.
I am engaged, so I'm down a die, but it is a tap in, so I'm rolling 2 dice looking for a 3.
Yep.
We have done it. Brisket has the ball. I will gain a momentum, and I will have Brisket uh here. That vassal ball is driving me crazy. I will still pass and move. I believe I will pass and move. Oh, I wanted to. This was silly. I think Grace should be my first goal. So I think this was misguided at best, but we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Uh, I think that I could make it Spigot, I guess, at this point. So let's dodge 4, and go to here, which is super clean dodge. Cover,
Mm-hmm.
everyone's happy. Old Grace is dead, and new Grace will buy an attack on Minx.
Okay.
Uh, Straight up 4 attack
Yep.
against your 4s
4-1.
and 1. That's 1. I will momentously dodge
Cool.
into. Yeah, just 1 back, I think. So I am no longer engaging Minx, and I'm still engaged by Minx.
Correct.
So that is where Grace is, and that is Grace's activation. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm having that same problem Bots was having, where he can't move the model a small distance.
There is a nudge feature,
Oh,
where
okay,
like
with
I
the
think you
arrow
just hit the arrow
keys.
keys and you
Yeah.
can like move them a pixel or whatever, which is not bad.
No, yeah, this is good enough for what, vassal accuracy at least. Okay, so I can go to there. Yeah, so I think my plan is to use Minx to try to get the ball off of Brisket, just because Minx is up there and her tackle is not great, but has a lot of attempts. A thing a lot of people fall asleep on the wheel of when they play against hunters is they assume I'm going to stand off as hard as possible, which is true in like 95% of the game. But Minx is fast enough and has a reasonable enough tackle that if they're just like lazily pick up the ball and put it somewhere, like just pass it down the line of models, Minx can charge that model, tackle it, and kick a goal. And then I've started 4 points up, but then immediately go to standoff, and you can kill Minx or whatever. That's fine. She's going to take forever to kill. But a lot of people don't pay enough attention to her ability to switch that tempo at the start of the game for what they're used to seeing. Uh,
Sure.
but I think since you brought the ball off the deployment line, and Pride kind of causes an issue, as long as you don't body block him in, I think you're safe from that goal. But I think I still want you to not be holding on to the ball if at all possible.
Hmm.
So yeah, Minx will jog to there, going around Grace's melee zone because I've got tons of movement.
Yeah, just actual 7. You're fine.
Yeah, and then she's gonna give Brisket a poke.
Okay.
So
Brisket is 4s and 1 in cover.
all right, so down a die, right? Yeah, that's how cover works. A single hit is just a take a momentous dodge. Just kind of go this way. We'll try it again. Nothing. We'll try it again. Take another momentous. This time I'm going to do 1 damage to you,
Cool.
and that's just to up my defense in case you try to hit her for momentum. And so
I assumed you were going to do that with just the free trap.
I'm gonna put a trap out there too, but maybe it was right to do that. So whatever. We're here now. I'll bonus time 1 attempt because I can.
Sure.
There we go. Yep. So non-momentous tackle.
Would you like the real ball?
Yes.
You may have the real ball.
I like the real ball, please. Probably should have. If I was playing the bonus time, I should have bonus time 1 attack earlier, because then I'd have something to kick it. But oh well. I'm at least gonna cause consternation. Yeah, and then we'll put a trap. There is good enough. Yeah. That's Minx.
All right. Let's say that it is. Mr. What do we do here like this? That. How fast? Go. 8 of them. That puts you in a pretty useful spot, I think. Figure out exactly how you roll. So we will turn off this and clone you. And how far 4 is. We'll go here. Clone you. R4 is here such that you don't trigger the trap because you want to be able to fight her in a real way. What does your counterattack look like? Pretty good, you say. Can you base her, Mr. Spiegel? You are here. I think in order to base her, you have to hit the trap. What do we think? I think that's true, yeah. All right. Spigot is going to activate,
Mm-hmm.
and he is going to sprint, and he is going to go to the place where he is an inch out here, engaging her.
Okay.
We'll get rid of this spigot and this spigot. And he will ask Brisket for the ball with the heroic.
Okay.
So Brisket's going to tap in 3 dice. He does it. I will bank the momentum, and I will pass and move Brisket to dodge her through the trap into base.
You should be down a die on that pass, right? Because you're engaged by Minx.
Oh, absolutely true.
So it's
Yes.
2 dice needing a 4 because Spigot is also engaged.
2 dice needing a 4. Great. Let's go back. I am down a momentum. I'm back to 2.
Yes.
2 dice needing a 4. So
Yes.
in that case, do I bonus time this? Sure. 3 dice needing a 4. I'll bonus time this going to 1.
Okay.
And I'll roll these 3 dice. We did it.
Cool.
So then Spigot gets the ball. He will get the momentum, and Brisket will Harry Aura dodge into base with Minx triggering the trap.
Okay. 1 damage snare bleed.
Bleed, you say? Is that a Steeljaw thing?
Yes, she can bleed or weak point when you trigger her traps.
Wild.
Yeah.
I forgot about the bleed part of that. Okay. So she is snared and bleeding, and she will take 1 down to 13.
Yep. Checks out.
Okay. Now Spigot will buy an attack on Minx,
Okay.
and he is up a die.
Yep. No response from me. Go have fun.
6 dices. So that is against 4s and 1.
Yep. So 2 hits.
So 2. I will balls gone.
Okay.
So Spigot will get El Ballo, and he will pass it to. He will pass the ball of light. Do I have to? He can just make a pass, right? He doesn't have
Yep.
to make a pass with the real ball.
Exactly.
That's pretty hilarious.
Yep.
So let's see here. If I do that, get these balls off you for a second, buddy. He has one more influence, so even a dodge would not put him in adequate range to score. Yeah, I think we just pass the real ball to Brisket.
Okay.
And that is going to be uh, down a die, up a TN.
Yep. So 3 dice needing a 4.
Right. She did it.
Yep.
Bank that momentum, and then I think I stay with banking. Nah, to here. That's cool. Did I fall off the internet?
No,
Can you
you're
hear
good.
me? Okay. Uh, we'll delete him. Or Bigot is oh, he has one more influence. I suppose he should buy another pass or buy another attack.
Go with one of
Uh,
those two.
he shall attempt to pass the ball of light to Brisket. And this one is just down a die, but not up a TN.
So there's a penalty for a player being along the ball path, or does that not stack if I'm also? Hold on.
I think that that's just for goals, but I don't actually know. I thought that because I think that the if you're in the way of me shooting for a goal, it matters.
Okay, here, kicking sequence. Each enemy model engaging the kicking model causes the kick to suffer 1 dice pool. Each enemy model not engaging the kicking model and with any part of its base on the ball path would be -1 die. So it is for passes or goals, but since I'm already subtracting a die for being in combat, I don't subtract 2 in this situation. So,
Okay, got it. So he's rolling 3 dice, looking for a 4.
yep.
Way to go, Spigot. Barely there, bud. What a pro. Uh, this one I'll just put in the bank for 3.
Sure.
Uh, that is that's me. Go ahead.
Cool. Um, Excellent. All right. So Chaska is going to jog to there. He is going to spend 3. Oops. And boombox your captain. So
Great.
3 dice needing a 3 because you're snared.
Yep.
I get there. So you take 4 damage and a 4-inch push directly away. Oops. And then he's going to put tough skin on himself because he has an extra influence. And he's going to put out a trap. And that'll be him.
Hmm. So now I'm wondering if I even give a shit about this turn one goal. Because at this point, I could just start ganging up on Minsk in the center of the pitch with the rest of my team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I pass the ball to, Fangtooth and Harry and get them to advance a little bit, and then we use Brisket to attack her for a bunch of momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think the counterpunch is that hard, but I don't know where I leave the ball to try to score for next turn. I guess Spigot because he's got close control. Um, or I just run Brisket because I think she can still score. I just have to spend a lot for it.
Yeah. Again, I don't know order well enough to give a concrete answer to that, right? Because like you're
Right.
definitely correct in your assessment that even just getting like one war crowd out on Minx, right? Like you don't even have to use balls to do it, right? You could just take some activations to walk Harry and Minx over there, because I don't have anything that can touch Brisket where she's standing, right? So you can walk people over to Minx and then just have Brisket spend 6 influence, generating 6 momentum, right? I have 4 influence left on the table and some free attacks that I think you're smart enough to stay out of. So, and most of those are going to be used shooting guns. So, yes, your ability to win momentum this turn is super high if you wanted to, and then you could score top of 2. Um, the downside there is that I would get to spend this turn setting up the bear and Steeljaw and friends so that turn 2 I get kind of my pick of the litter when it comes to fighting and who do I want to fight, right? Because I'm going to be able to, like right now, I'm going to be able to pretty easily bleed and snare Spigot and Grace, which is going to be 4 damage off both of them at the end of the turn, and then they're going to be on 10 health, snared, staring down the bear, which is, and potentially 8 if Egret hits her shot and poisons them as well. So it's not impossible that if you clump up there, the bear just gets to run the table. Um, so my gut reaction is you should playing order. I don't know how to do anything besides just go for the goals all the time, which I know I have been told is not always correct. And I'm sure better order players than myself can figure out how to fight
But
with them
it's
better.
correct a
But
lot of the time. The
yeah,
goals are
right.
goals are sweet, man. All right. Um. Yeah. So I think that if I just have Fangtooth go now, I can Flagellant Brisket, wander him up to Minx. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean having him in position to get rid of the conditions and then be a pot-bellied pass bunker for Brisket to get more distance makes sense.
Yeah, that barrel makes pride kind of shit.
Yeah.
All right.
To be fair, I don't unless I'm going to score a goal to win the game, I don't expect one of my models to go further forward than Minx has gone right now.
Right.
So even without the barrel, I don't know if countercharge is going to be a huge factor.
It just gives a little bit more
Gives me something else to think about, certainly.
spigot retreat range. Yeah. All right. I think it is time to go with Fangtooth. Fangtooth is going to walk his big fives. Way to go, Fangers. That's how far he gets. Uh, and then how far is that? Not far enough, buddy. That's fine. Uh, Go ahead.
Did you want a flagellant, or are
Oh,
we just momentum
yeah,
declare?
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I definitely wanted to move him after Harry. I'm stupid. Yeah, I'll flagellant now.
Okay.
So he'll take four, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we will clear her, which is Control G. Is that true?
Probably.
Yeah. Way to go.
Cool. All right. I guess I'm just gonna waste some time. Yeah, cat'll just jog to there.
Now it is time for my cat. Go ahead.
Cool. Bear's gonna stand there.
Harold going to take a stroll over to here. Is that engaged by Minx? Is that engaging for Harry? Okay, great. Can you do it such that you are, buddy? I believe that that is a jog and engaging on both from both characters. Is that true?
Yeah, looks like it.
Great. Uh, Kill this homie and kill these. Also, the intent is that Harry is in cover.
Yeah.
All right. That is Harry.
So Eager's just gonna walk to within 8 of Spigot, and then I'm gonna try and shoot him with the flurry. So this is 2 dice, needing a 3. I get it. So Spigot and everybody within 2 of Spigot suffers 2 damage and poison, which does do 2 damage to Minx, but it only poisons enemies. And then I get back to the shadows, but I want to look at placing a trap first. I think I probably should have been more aggressive with my movement. So I won't
I did
place a
not
trap.
realize that Flurry was all around the people. That's pretty good. I
Yes.
think I'm dead. I think that
uh,
was a terrible mistake.
I mean, it's yeah, it's tricky, right? Because like order, if you want to do any kind of fighting, needs people to team up, right? You can't just one-on-one anything. That's not how this stuff's supposed to work, right? So, but Egret punishes that pretty hard,
Mm-hmm.
and so the balance there, and she shoots that from 14 inches away, right? It's walk 6, shoot
Right.
8, so like staying out of range of it is just not a real thing. But yeah, it's gonna hurt. And that's
All
why I
right.
think just like speed and trying to win the game quickly is what Order has to do in this matchup.
So, uh, let's see what you do. Oh, nope, undo. You just shifted, silly goose. Please do. There we go. Okay. Uh, so she goes 8 on her own, which puts her here, and then she 6 away from the boy. She is. That would let her make a jog directly toward man, which would put me here. Well, hold on. Can I do it such that I am 8 away from the goal shot? Yeah, okay. And I'm not even doing that much crazy nonsense here.
Yeah, I mean, so this line, if I think I heard you right, you're gonna sprint and then try to route one the cat.
Yeah.
So there's, it's not too bad, but two dice needing a five is no one's favorite play, right?
Right. Well, I bonus time the route one, I think.
So there's an easier way to do this, right? Which
So
is, yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry.
I would like now that I've solved this problem, what I was going to do is so this takes a total of 4 influence,
Yep.
which means that I have 2 to play with before I start doing anything. And what I can do is pass the ball of light to Fangtooth, and then have him uh, Potbelly pass it back and gain that much movement, or I can pass the ball to Fangtooth, have him pass and move in Harry Aura to be up on Minx, or Potbelly pass to Spigot to get him out of the bear. Like, there's a lot that I can do
Sure.
once I figure out how much influence I have to actually spend to get this to work.
So with the one pass to Fangtooth, you can get 8 inches of dodge, right? Because you can pass the Fangtooth, dodge
Right.
yourself 4 inches,
Have him
Potbelly
pass it
pass
back
back,
and
get
then
4 more
dodge it 4.
inches. So
Correct. Right.
like you did this with 8 inches plus what 2-3 inches on the route one there.
Yeah.
So even just one pass frees up influence. You don't need to roll route one at all, and you get 2 more influence to reshape the
Correct.
fight.
However, uh, I, okay. Let's stick with that. So
Mm-hmm.
2 more influence to reshape the fight. I don't understand how I reshape the fight if I've already spent the pass, right? Like, I think the pass is the only way I get to do out of activation movement on any of these squaddies that are in trouble right now. Because like, here's what I think the worst thing for me right now is. It is the bearer is going to absolutely eviscerate my front line. It's
Mm-hmm.
going to be brutal. So, given that Brisket has the tools that aren't the pass to get places, uh, I'm wondering if she therefore wants to just spend those tools getting the goal and spending the pass tools helping out what's downtown. Like, what does she do if I end up so like if I get the 8 inches of dodge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I have more influence to spend doing what? Like fighting Chaska, fighting Bahad. Like, I can't be by Minx because then she'll just get maulinged with the rest of them. It's
Right.
gonna be
Yeah.
bad.
So I think you should leave the ball of light behind. I think on almost all go runs, you want to leave the ball of light behind, right? So I think your first pass could actually be a pass to Harry or Spigot to have them
Yeah.
move away, right?
Yes. This is so the again moving backwards to where I am. So like
Mm-hmm.
I think you and I both agree that the extra 2 influence should be spent on passes. I just think that you think I should ball of light, Fangtooth, and Potbellied pass first. And yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Okay, I thought that you meant like get Brisket all up in there in the fight or whatever. Or
No.
I'm open. Okay.
Yeah, it's just basically I do not like Route 1. I think it's an emergency button, and if your plan relies on it, I would try very hard to find plans that do not rely on it, right? Just because it's expensive and inefficient compared to even just like what I'm open can get you for those same 2 influence, right? So,
Right, which actually gets me more mobility and momentum. as opposed to.
Right.
It's just that also, man, Fangtooth Potbellied Pass, his kick is so fucking bad. He just never makes it. It makes me so sad.
I mean, if it's
Uh,
a 2-die uncontested tap in, your odds are really good, right?
yeah, the tap if it's a tap in for sure.
Yeah, and so
So
just make sure you set up a tap in and you'll be fine, right?
yeah. All right, I will do all of these things. So step one is ball of light to either Harry or Spigot. If either of them is a tap in, I'm doing that, and they are not. In that case, I believe that it is getting Spigot out. So we will pass the ball to Spigot for reals.
Okay. You need a
Uh,
5 on this.
because he is engaged,
Yep.
and her kick is 3 of them. That's fine. I'll go for the 5 on 3. We did it.
Nailed it.
I will take the momentum, and I will Herald Aura the hells away
Yep.
into. Can I get into cover? I don't think I can get into cover because I'd have to go over Harry
I think you can get around him if you do
with
this.
4. Oh, not the full distance, like here. Yeah, I,
Yeah,
I think I
yeah.
can do that. Okay, that makes sense. Great. Uh,
And that's one influence off
and then
brisket.
let's hope that the bear does not give us a little problem. Yeah, I thought I deducted it. Maybe it took a health instead. Oh well. We are 1 off of brisket, and then now she will spend uh 1 to pass to Fangtooth. Yeah,
Uh, so you need. Can you do this with a jog instead of a sprint at the end? Is the question. All right. So if you go.
I can.
Okay. So then you could. I am open the ball of light back, kick it again, right? Because that's 3 influence if you take it
Yeah,
back and send it, and then you still have 2 left over to pot belly off Fangtooth, walk, kick the goal.
yeah, and the I'm open gets Spigot out of mauling
I
if
mean, yeah,
Harry
you
gets
can back
charged.
pick it up even farther and then try to get it on Harry and back Harry up. Like you can do a full retreat on both of those models.
Yeah, I think that's what's up. Okay, we will buy I'm open. And Spigot will pass the ball of light to Brisket. I believe that this is still outside of tap in. It is. However, none of them are in trouble, so it's just his kick, which is 4, so no need to bonus time for looking for a 4. We did it. Bank that, and Spigot will go actual downtown to, let's just say here.
Sure.
I don't know the bear's threat range. Is that an insane place to stay or no?
No, so the bear easily gets 7 inches, right? So he's a
Yeah.
5'7" with 2-inch melee, and he hates charging. He hates having to charge. So 7 inches is the immediate death zone. And then 9 inches if he charges, or watch out for Mark for Death, right? If Mink sets up Mark for Death, then he loves charging,
Right. Right.
and will go a long distance, right? Because he goes 2 extra inches at that point. So then it
Right.
becomes 11 inches. But as long as you're not in Mark for Death, outside of 7, you're pretty safe.
Okay. And then the next thing is pass the ball to Fangers. Actually, do I want to pass to Harry or Fangers? Harry. Let's pass the ball to Harry. Where
Okay.
are you at with your 7? Great. I love it. So that is a down a TN because Minx is engaging Harry.
Yep.
So it's 3 dice looking for a 5.
Yep.
I believe that you have 2 influence left. So I should bonus time this. 4 dice looking for a 5. We did it.
Cool.
Going back up to 5, and Harold will dodge. Oh, it's just Inspiring Hat. How lucky. Uh, just backwards to here, and he will bring the ball with him.
Seems good.
Uh, and then Brisket will. What are all the doors? Turning off. I'll leave that. Brisket will then. Oh, is Fanger still in? Yeah, he is. Nice. Uh, Brisket will pass the ball to Fangtooth, which is a tap in.
Mhm.
3 looking for a 3. Honestly, do I bonus time this? It's like incredibly unlikely that I miss, but it's so important that I hit it, right? Like, is this worth? I think no, because I still. You're going to generate maximum 2 more. That puts you on 3. I'm going to need to spend 1. No, yeah. I should just let it go. So 3 looking for a 3. We did it. Uh, so that is 6. But we're going to spend it for Pot-Bellied Pass after we dodge Brisket.
So you have to spend one more momentum to dodge Brisket because she's not in the hat.
Yeah. She will be dodging maximum distance here.
Looks good.
And then she's still, I believe, tap in from Fangtooth.
Yeah.
Check. 3. Yes. Fangtooth then passes back. So that's 2 dice looking for a 3. I will bonus time this one for 3. We did it.
Cool.
Going to 4. Then I will spend that down to 3 for another dodge. That puts me here.
Mm-hmm.
And then she has a jog of 6, and I believe I can very easily get within 8 of 6.
Looks like it.
And I will just go to here. That's cool.
Yeah, that looks great.
And then I will spend the last momentum and or the last influence and a momentum to goal shot. 3 dice looking for a 4. That is good enough for me. No need to bonus time because, or no, 3 dice looking for a 3 because of scores for fun.
Right. Yep.
We Screamer, how lucky.
Cool.
And then I will run the length
Makes sense.
to here. What do you think? Do you think I want to go lateral or do you think I want to retreat toward the team? This is where I would go in a vacuum.
Okay. I think that's okay. But I think
The other
depend.
place that I would consider is like here, which is crazy, but it feels like she's safer. She's just useless.
So what I well, let's see. Can you actually get to? This is 4, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a world where you would actually go, if you could, you would go stand and cover by my goal, right? Because you know I'm going to kick the ball out to the right side of the pitch somewhere, right? Like it's pretty obvious all my tools
Mm-hmm.
for holding the ball are that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you potentially want Brisket to be able to threaten that direction next turn, especially since it's depending on your cards, you have reasonable odds at going first, right? And if she can go first, have 6, get the ball, get a goal, you're in an incredible spot, right?
Yeah.
But since from where you kicked, you'd have to be what's the best spot outside of one of both of these, like there, which isn't it's not as nice as being in cover, right? Because at this point, Steeljaw is going to walk up, hit you twice, and probably get 2 momentum off you. But even then, if you have a 7, then you can win or roll off for it, depending on what I do, right? So I think it's worth considering um, doing that.
Well, at this point, then it might actually be better to just not run the length, right?
Oh, right, because you haven't paid for it yet, have you?
I did. I'm at
Oh,
4.
you're at 4 before. Okay, yeah. So that's
Yeah.
I think also a totally valid option is to just keep the momentum to try to, as hard as you can, threaten to go first. Steeljaw potentially can still walk over and hit you, but like I very much want this ball on Egret, and so depending on where the scatter goes, Steeljaw might have to spend her influence picking it up and putting it on Egret anyways. So I think staying where you are and keeping your momentum is the best call.
Yep, that sounds right. Yeah, I just reflexively would have gone to the more central brisket that's still there, but after consideration, I think it's just better to not do it. 'Cause like even if what you do is come over and whack me twice for momentum, like that's better for me than having Steeljaw more central, setting up the bear, laying nonsense in the middle of the pitch. I think like brisket is a worthy sacrifice. So let's see what how this goes.
Let's actually back that up a little bit. All right. Yep. Now for my least favorite part of Guild Ball, single scatter. Cool. All right.
Yeah, no, dude, the scatter on goal kicks is infuriating.
Yeah. Okay, so that's there.
Is that not just immediately snappable by Egret?
It is snappable by Egret, but there's a
Okay,
world
it's
where
yeah. You're considering it. I thought you were saying like, oh man, I can't get it. Like I'm
no,
like, no. I'm pretty sure she just picks that up if you want it. Okay,
yeah, it's definitely within one of her. But
okay,
there's a world where I want to pick it up, pass it to her, and have her make a 4-inch dodge away from the party.
totally valid.
Because 8 inches. Oh, you're actually further away. Yeah, I'm gonna have Egret pick it up. Uh, that might be wrong, but it's what we're gonna do. And then Steeljaw's gonna go. She's gonna come walk base to base.
I will unpredictable if you do that.
Oh, right. Thank you for that. Uh,
Also, since nothing has changed, if you want to not snap on Egret, that's totally valid.
yeah, let me think about this. I forget. I always forget she has unpredictable. And like a lot of times, Steeljaw, when she has influence, is fine because I can just bait you back in and stuff, right? But
Right.
this is not one of those times. No, I'm gonna have Egret pick it up. I think I can figure this out. And so then Steeljaw is going to. What's the most efficient way to do this? So Steeljaw is going to pay 2 for bait. Oops, keep doing health instead of influence. So we're going to put a trap here and a trap here, and then I'm going to push Brisket an inch through this trap. So take 1 damage, snare and bleed.
Oh no!
I'm going to put my other
Snare,
trap.
bleed, 1. So, I started reading the Discord chat a little bit because some people are commenting on what's going
Mm-hmm.
on. I believe that it is super awesome if people comment on this. Like, I
Yeah,
believe that.
absolutely.
Okay, that's what I thought. And B, when I looked away, was this a diceless thing that happened to Brisket, or did you roll and she got hit?
No, so bait is choose 2 enemy models and not target, and choose means you don't have to roll
Holy
dice.
shit.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the same as Spade's nonsense push.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. That is. It seems like it's really hard to not to like fuck up Steeljaw. Like you just can't. You can be pretty brain dead and do the trap thing. Uh,
Yeah, so, I mean, she's certainly the easiest of the three captains to play. And we can go have a longer tangent about some people think she is beyond busted, right? And that bait is just unfair because of the auto hitting. Um, I fairly strongly disagree with that, and I think most people are going to chalk that up to Homerism, being a big Steeljaw fan. But
Yeah,
I actually think the effect is definitely strong, but it's a lot of the model's
it's
power budget.
basically all of what she does, right? Like that, and I don't know, man. The is it though? I used to think that was true, but like all three of the things in the back of her card are pretty nonsense, right? Like
Yes.
everyone gets traps.
Yep.
It's straight everyone, not the bear because LOL.
Yeah.
Uh, all of the traps also bleed,
hmm
and her ult is like way better than many ults.
So
Like,
I think her ult, if I was going to do anything to bring Steeljaw down, because she probably does need a nerf in some form, I think the legendary is way bigger offender than the way bait works. Because it just walking up pop legendary, hit somebody once, push them is like 5 guaranteed damage, -1 defense, -1 armor. You're probably dead, right? And her
right,
ability to just walk up to anything and kill them, I don't think is intended to be part of the slow, methodical
like
chip you
trap
away
you, do the
playstyle.
thing,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
So I
and like,
think that's the problem and not bait. The other
yeah,
thing too that I think is important is that by and large, the best models to play with Steeljaw are the ones who already brought traps. Um,
yeah. So
so,
like, you're not adding much power with bring them down, right? But like,
yeah, like in
still,
most of my rosters, it's Egret and Matagi if I bring Matagi, but usually I'm playing
right.
Chaska, Minx, J-Car, and some combination, all of whom already bring traps, right? So it reads better than I think it ends up in practice, the giving everybody traps part, right?
Yeah,
Obviously, the
I
weak
will
point
say
bleed
though that
isn't
like
credible, but
when I was reading Perfect Positioning the first couple of times, like until very recently, I thought it was like Vet Honors Legendary, where it's like, oh, you can remove any number of friendly pull or friendly harvests and then redeploy those. But it
mm-hmm.
is not at all that. It
No.
is it is you just get five, which is outrageous. It's totally insane. Uh, so
So she's going to walk to outside of one and put her personal trap down next to you.
okay,
And that's the turn.
awesome. So bleeding happens. Brisket is ow, 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 and she's no longer bleeding.
Yep.
And poison happens. Spigot is ow, ow, and still poisoned. Harry the Hat is ow, ow, and still poisoned. And Grace is ow, ow, and still poisoned. She is no longer quickly footed. And everyone else is as they should be. I am net 3 on you.
Correct.
Alrighty. Hmm. I actually have an interesting choice here. I can't really talk about because as much as I want to talk strategy, if you just
I
know the
mean,
numbers of my cards, it's kind
my
of
card's
unfun.
locked. I'm going to commit to this. So if you do want to talk about it,
Yeah, it's
um,
so okay. So the issue is whether or not so I have multiple ways to just lock uh initiative, right?
yeah.
So but the thinking is I could play one that is less high, thinking that you're not going to contest me.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's very unlikely that you're going to play the high numbers that I can't track because I know what they do.
Mm-hmm.
The one of them that you could play, I don't think is very strong for you, and you might play it to challenge me, but I think you'd rather play something that more benefits what you've got going on.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, I might want to play uh lower number here that puts this to that. Hmm. Yeah, I will play this one and see if I am punished for it. I am locked.
Cool. Uh,
Yeah. All right, I could have been way greedier. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
So
so like your thought process there makes total sense, right? You do want
yeah,
to think about if you have the deck memorized, which I used to, you get a lot of additional information there, knowing okay, he could play a seven, but he's not going to want to play the seven I don't know about, and things like that, right?
right.
So, yeah, I think knowing that, and then it's just how risk adverse are you determines what to do. So, yeah, I
And
think you're on
like
the right track.
how bad is losing in that situation even?
Right.
Like going first isn't even that good for me here. I
No.
mean, it's pretty good, but like there's like two things I want to do first, and there are two things that you could do before me that are strong,
Hmm.
right? So,
So I assume you
yeah,
would like to go first. Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So you get to choose one of my squatties to get weak pointed.
Today's weak point squatty is um oh, I should not have moved Egret. Please go back to where you were, Egret. Okay. Does Egret have an armor? She does have an
Everyone
armor.
but the bear and the cat have armor.
All right. Uh, I think it should be Minx.
Okay. Then your allocation.
Mhm. 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 All right, that's me.
Okay. So let's, in interest of practice, I want to know what your plan is for the brisket six influence. Because obviously, if you're putting six there, you're planning to go with her first.
I'm not. I want to see where you allocate. If you allocate in a way that threatens her, like if you put a bunch on Steeljaw, I will go with her first. But if you don't, then I will just have her available late in the turn. And I have given uh, a bunch of influence to the rest of the team
Mm-hmm.
that makes them quite good.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas so honestly, this is kind of silly, but the six influence on Brisket is basically a free roll. Like it doesn't matter if you actually kill her and I lose it. Like it does, it hurts, but it's not as bad as if I had lost her in a different situation because I still have Fangtooth with a ground pound that he can buy. Spigot's at two instead of full. Harry can still charge and look for singled out. And Grace has enough to healing light and do some attacks. I don't think she's going to be the one that tries to score because I don't think she has the ability to get to Egret. She
Mm-hmm.
might. I should probably measure this. So if she has 10, oh, she actually can. Dope. That changes things a lot.
So
Because
my
if she quick flicks
concern,
herself,
yeah. So my concern with brisket is that I can almost kill her for free where she's standing, right? So I can obviously just pop the legendary and then whack her once and she dies, right? The cat with his free charge and plus one damage against snared targets. Oh, I guess you can
oh,
unpredictable that, right?
because
Yeah.
she's snared. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
no, so
yeah.
you don't actually have to worry about the cat because I always forget unpredictable. So then, yes, you'd have to worry about the legendary from Steeljaw auto kills you. Chaska hitting his gunshot auto kills you because it pushes you through the trap for another damage. Otherwise, Steeljaw can bait you in and hit you once and probably kill you. So like it will probably only take 2 to 3 influence on either Steeljaw or Chaska to kill
Yeah,
Brisket.
I I thought it would take getting a model into melee and going through unpredictable to kill her. So
Well, with bait
I'll
being
cut
able
some
to
of that.
drag you in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and because I bring this up because if you were planning to go with her first, I think she's gonna have a hell of a time getting the ball off of Egret, right? I don't see a
Right.
good path for her to do that through close control and Egret's baller tackle.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, so we'll give Brisket, let's say 3, which gives me 3 more influence to play with down here, and we'll go 1, 2, and 3 for Spigot. And then what do you want to do with your life? That uh guess if I just buy 2 attacks. Yeah, I'm fine with this.
okay, yeah, this seems good. Um, Okie doke. So we're definitely giving 4 to Chaska and 2 to the bear. That's easy peasy. So that's 6 of my 12. Minx gets 1 just to get momentum and things rolling. And she's always good with 1. Steeljaw gets 4 because that should make it reasonably easy to kill Brisket. And I have a backup in case it fails. So then it's 1 on Egret or 1 more on Minx. And 1 on Egret seems fine. So, okay, yeah, this is me.
All right. So if Grace wants to, what does the parting blow from the bear do? Just a shit ton of damage.
Knockdown
Knockdown.
on 2 is the real scary part.
Yeah. All right. No, no, no. Not with the jumping. Go back to where you were. Thank you. Okay. So then you want to be going some amount of distance. That sprint is 8. Not good enough. So 10 with quick foot. Can you do this in a way that you are still in the bear? No. Oh, but you can probably go around the bear and still be a 1, right? See. We will copy you, turn off this aura, make you go 6, avoiding El Urso.
Oh, huh. Vassal is not showing me any of the ores or proxying that you're working on right now.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
not great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna
Uh,
trust you doing it well, great, but like, uh,
uh, just a second, and so let me finish it, and then
yeah,
I
yeah.
will either we'll see if it does the vassal ball thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that means then I would go 4
Oh,
from here,
now you
not
showed up.
6.
Okay.
Nope. 4 from here, me here, which does not put me in enough. So I would have to go. I'd have to find another inch or so, which I can easily do, assuming that uh, she can ask for the ball from Harold with her legendary, and then pass the ball.
Oh, you just nudged her again.
Yeah, dude, it's so weird when I click on, like, I barely click on her to
Yep.
see her stats, and then it just like throws her across the pitch.
Yeah. No, it
Uh,
happens all the time.
all right. So she asks for the ball. She passes it to who? The fucking cat? What does that do? It locks the cat. I don't want to do that. She could pass it to Fang, to who's in Tappin is the real question. She tappins to exclusively the cat. Okay, I understand. But she does have 3 dice to try to kick it to Harry legitimately. I am fine with this. Egret. Egret should have been my weak point. I'm very silly because I thought
Mm-hmm.
I was going to actually fight Minx and I'm just not.
Yeah.
Uh, that was a bad call. I will reclamation the ball of light onto Grace.
Okay.
And then she will be buying a pass to Harold of Haddington's. Uh, and then you know what? What if I just spent a turn without the ball? Or I got it back with Spigot. That just seems better. I'm gonna pass it to the cat because I'm not crazy. It's a tap in for 3, and it gets me a dodge and a momentum. So let's do it.
I mean, the cat can just drop the ball and Harry can pick it up. Right. You have to
That's
take an
true.
activation, but it's not stuck there for the whole turn.
Right.
So I think
Uh,
getting your tap and odds makes sense here. Yeah.
and then he's such a stylish cat, he gets to make a sicko dodge to here because he's all about those moves, does this give Harry a charge lane if he wants it? Sure it does. Way to go, cat. You're a champ. You're the best around. Uh, and then, uh, oh, I can't
Oh
pass and move both of them, can I?
no.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
So just
That's
kidding. Just kidding.
also
Just,
if you're
just kidding.
engaged, you can't drop the ball. So if she moves into Minx's melee, then the ball is kind of stuck there.
Okay. In that case, we're just gonna have Grace dodge anyway. That was
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
whole. That was the whole joke.
Uh huh.
Uh, I just got so wound up by seeing that hat aura. I'm inspired by the hat aura. Uh, we'll go with Grace to. Is that 4? That looks bigger than 4. It is 4. How lucky. Uh, we'll go to here, and then she gets to take the rest of her turn. Oh, before she left, she would have cast the healing light such that it hit Spigot, Fangtooth, and Harry the Hat. Are we cool with that?
Yeah. She doesn't need quick foot here.
Not with a dodge, I think. Let me check.
Yeah. Let's check
So,
that. But
she needs none of these auras. So then she has 8 here if she sprints. Yeah,
no.
she.
Hold. So if you sprint, you attack me once, you get a tackle. I close control it. You attack me twice, you tackle. You have the ball and no influence left.
Oh, word. Okay, got it.
So if you
Uh,
can get there in a 6-inch jog and one in melee, you're in business. Otherwise, you'll have to quick foot yourself.
let's see. So that's 7. No dice. Okay, quick footing self. Understood.
Cool.
I knew there was a reason I didn't do it, but then I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, the dodge. Now I get to heal my dudes. This will be great."
Mm-hmm.
Uh, okay, so quick foot self, which means that I get to 8-inch joggo, and I think I get to go around the bear and be. Oh, easily we can do this. Kill the 8, make a 4 here. Let me see if that does that walk me through the bear. Do we think?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and then I get to go the other 4 to here, and I think that puts me here. That's
Yeah,
good.
seems good.
Okay, great, great, great. So we will kill this and kill this, and then I will buy 1 of attacks
Okay.
on Egret.
No response.
That is 4 of tack against your 4s and 1. That's 3. I will choose momentous tackle. Nothing happens.
Close control is going to be
Actually,
used.
hold on. In that case, I'm actually going to use the tackle dodge because I'm not getting the momentum from the result anyway,
Oh,
right?
sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, the tackle
Oh,
dodge,
I got
and
1
then
armor, so you didn't get the tackle dodge.
that's totally right, valid. In that case, yeah, tackle, nothing happens.
Yep.
And then I will buy another attacku.
This one I will counterattack.
Yep, smart. I understand. I am going to not bonus time because I can't. I will just roll my 4. Got 3. I will choose momentous tackle.
Yep.
I think that's the thing to do.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to tackle it from me. Let's
Hopefully.
see.
So 5 dice because of break out the knives on a 4-1. Nope.
Love
uh,
it. Love it.
that's
In that case, what does this shot look like? This looks like a 2 die kick looking for a 5. Is that true?
Uh, yes. Yes.
Was this even a good idea? Let's find out.
I mean, you're here
Uh,
now, so you might as. I
yeah,
mean,
let's go. That's all the monies. Phew. Nope. All right, let's see what happens.
does that look about? Oh, am I a little off actually? Let's.
No, I think that's right.
There we go. Single scatter.
Love
Yeah,
it.
doesn't look like it
Love
would
it.
cross over.
What a great place
Egret could
for.
grab it, but no,
But
no.
why?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll let it lie.
All right. Dope. That was cool.
Um, so yeah, let's. I think that was. I mean, it's not a terrible idea because Grace kind of doesn't matter, right? And she's very
Right.
much a throwaway model.
Right.
I do think the odds of that happening with the need, with you only having exactly the number of attacks, right, and Grace's tackle being bad, right? So each of those attacks only had a 30% chance to hit the tackle, right? And you need to hit the two 30s um, to, both of those 30s have to happen for you to even have a chance at the goal, right?
Right. Right.
And so it was kind of low odds the whole way through, but I don't hate it just because you don't get punished like, oh no, I kill Grace, If it goes
Right.
off,
The
you're
the
in the
other
money.
Yeah, the potential upside is gigantic. The other issue is if you don't kill Grace because you're killing other idiots, she's a good snapshot threat. And I think that she might be the only way to get Brisket out if you don't kill Brisket, like right now, because I could theoretically ult to her and get out. Like, not easily, but it's better than when I didn't have a friendly model anywhere nearby.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what else she was doing with her life.
Also, I think I had this wrong, and it was just your goal kick was only two dice needing a four, not a five. Because yeah, models engaging the cooker is just minus one dice. The
Oh, right.
target number only goes up if the target is engaged, like what you're kicking at is engaged, or if you don't have line of sight. So
What about
yeah,
what about intervening model would have been another die down?
yes, minus one dice.
Okay.
So the goal is actually not, yeah, two dice needing a four is totally fine, right? Like that's, you take those. Okay, so here's where we stand, and I probably want to kill Brisket.
Sounds right.
I want to do Steeljaw, but doing 3 health. Uh, hmm. Uh, so my original plan, because I can't count, was I was going to place my trap and then bait and pull you through 4 traps, dealing 4 damage, and then whack you once for 1 damage. But I have too many traps out on the field already. So I can bait you and deal 3 damage, and then just hopefully hit my 2 on a 3-0. But if I miss, then I'm not stoked about Brisket's great counterattack. So I'm thinking, if the counterattack lands, what's my backup plan? Or do I just shoot you with the gun and be done with it? What do
Why
I think
why
of
is
that?
Brisket losing the armor? I believe you, but
Weak point from the traps.
oh, got it. You would not select the bleed. You would select weak point.
Well, you're going to go through multiple traps, so I'm going to pick
Yep.
both. But yeah,
Yeah. There you go. Okay.
yeah. So that's not a I get that either way. It's just the unfortunate thing of having your Momentous 2 on 3, right? Like Steeljaw's playbook is not great. It's not bad. It's just not great, right? So, uh,
Right.
so 5 dice on a 3-0. It's an 80%er to hit it. Um, I guess, yeah, we'll just do the thing. So, yep, I'm going to pay 2 for bait. I'm going to place 2 traps down, and then I'm going to push you an inch through all 3. So you're going to take 3 damage, snare, bleed, weak point, bleed a second time. Steeljaw is. Oh, wait, you don't have momentum because you didn't actually get the goal, so I don't have to worry about your counterattack, and I'm fretting over nothing. Steeljaw's going to punch you. Ooh. Alright. So you're a 3-0, so that's 2 hits. I guess I will take the momentous disarm just for some momentum. And in case this fails, or do I just take the 1 damage to be safe? You know what? Nah, I'm going to take the 1 damage. Non-momentous 1 damage to brisket. And then roll attack. Again, oops, still trying to take away health. We'll attack 1 more time. Cool. Momentous 2.
Hooray.
Get my 2 momentum. Soup. And soup. And then I got a jog. So yeah, she'll jog to. Actually, she wants to be. If well, I'd have to go around the cat, so I just want to leave room for the cat to do cat things. So put this trap up here, and then put steel jaw barely in range of it. Cool. Steel jaw will walk to there and place her personal trap. Get rid of that one. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. All right, and I score 2 points. All right, over to you.
It is possible that I never want to take a non-guaranteed goal because if the ball ends up behind the goal, like it's in China, like I just can't ever get it back.
Yeah, right. Playing a 3-0 team that misses a goal is and gets a bad scatter, right? Is a disaster. If it like clanks off the goalpost or something or goes off the pitch, you're fine. But if it's like this is almost as bad of a scatter as you could imagine. So yeah,
Hmm.
that's the down. Like the risky goal puts you up a lot, right? Like if you're up 8 points at this point, and I'm just getting my first takeout, I feel really good about your game. But high risk, high reward with that specific goal run.
I want to go with Spigot, but I have no momentum to get the ball off of the cat
Mm-hmm.
to Spigot. So I guess I go with the cat and drop the ball on the way, such that one of these chuds can pick it up and do something with it.
Yeah, I think either going with pride to free up the ball or like, it kind of depends on which model you want to start this fight, right? Like I think Fangtooth could be reasonably safe at just walking up and starting to whack Minx a couple times.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything, I think. Like if without any crowds, like or he's just rolling 5 dice against fives and one or 5 and 0, I guess, right? That's
Yeah,
not terrible, I
it's not.
suppose.
I guess his knockdown's higher than I remembered. So yeah, I'm less. I think going with the cat is the better call there.
Otherwise, how far away is El Oso? El Oso is so large and is doing that thing. Sure, bud.
Oh, yeah, chat is saying you can always walk up and buy the ground pound on Fangtooth, which it
Yeah,
seems fine, but I think it's a little
it's
expensive for
yeah,
the
like
situation you're in.
the Fangtooth job was going to buy the ground pound on uh Bear and somebody after Bear went, which
Yeah.
was the goal. Because the bear is going to be a place that Fangtooth can get
Hmm.
and buy ground pound. So that's the intent with this. But like, if I can't get you to go with the bear sooner than that, then the backup plan is to go punch the the deer skull lady a bunch. But I have to do that with friends because her numbers are too high.
Yeah, makes sense to
Uh,
me.
all right, Kitty Cat is going to do cat things. So during the advance, I can drop the ball. I don't have to drop at the beginning or the end, right? Or do I
Yep,
have to drop it?
anytime
Okay.
during your advance, as long as you're not in combat, engaging or engaged, then you can drop the ball,
Okay, so then I have to drop it before I get to here, which is
which,
fine.
yeah, shouldn't be a
So
problem.
I'm gonna drop it in a way, and I think that I'm not actually certain. How do I get the traveling thing movement? How do I get?
Control E.
Yeah, that's money. There we go. So then if I look at which direction I'm going, if I'm going toward you that way, then I can do the thing where I can do the thing and the thing. Can I drop it in a way that Spigot can just pick up the ball? I
Yeah,
feel like I can.
yeah. I
Okay.
mean, you drop the ball within one of yourself, and then anyone
Right.
within one of the ball can pick it up. So
Right. So I was
this
just
is
making sure that none of this is Crazy Town.
no, this is
This
easy
is the
peasy.
first time I've tried to do this advanced nonsense shenanigans, and it felt like
Mm-hmm.
you could just snow people over, and I'm not about that. So I will end up uh, here, assuming that that is within my movement. It's not. So I will end up here, and then the
Cool.
ball will end up on Spigeau Trois,
Yep.
and then this is gone, and this is gone. And that is Pride. Pride done.
Cool. Okay. Minx is gonna go. She's gonna put a trap out there.
No, dude, put it on Spigot. He's so scary.
She's gonna. Yeah, she's gonna poke the lion. So I'm tack 5 up to tack 6 from my card, back down to 5 because you're in cover against a 3-1. You still don't have momentum, so I don't have to worry about that. So, yeah. Cool. 2 hits on Minx. Gets me the momentous dodge. So she's going.
Two successes.
Yeah.
Did
Momentous
I
dodge.
lose you?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Hello?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Hooray!
Cool. Yeah. So she's just taking the momentous dodge on 1.
Great.
Since we're not base to base, I'm going to go directly away. Should get me outside of 1.
Yep.
And then she's just going to go for a jog. And come stand back here. And then she's going to use the momentum to put Blessing of the Sunfather on Chaska. And then she's done.
All right.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry. Chat has another rules lie that I have told you. Um, if
Come
you
on, why are you cheating? You're teaching me all these raw. It's just a fun game, man. You can just not be a dick about it. What's up?
So you can drop the ball if you're engaging. You just can't drop it if you are engaged. So if you have 2 inch melee and they have 1 and you're at 2 inches and you're holding the ball, you can
Oh,
still drop it
that
off.
that actually totally sounds right.
Yeah.
I get it. I also don't think that has come up at all.
It's
Because
rare, but I hate
yeah,
being
literally
wrong,
none
so
of my reach models have ever wanted to do that.
yeah.
'Cause my only reach is Fangtooth and Harry, and neither of them have tried the shenanigans. But I'm glad that chat kept you honest before I wanted to do that advanced maneuver, because I might
Yeah.
have been kept from doing it. All right, so now I think that the trick is to go with Spigot. Give the lion the ball. I know that we talked about this and this was a bad idea, but if the lion dodges now, he gets to proc all those trapus and
Yep.
then be a bear sucking machine. Because I think he's just in the way of the bear, and I don't think you want to charge pride because he's stupid. So let's go with
Finding throwaway models that
Bigatoni.
can get rid of
He
traps.
is going to buy a pass to the cat. This is super ultra tap in. He will roll his 4 dice looking for a 3. He did it. What a man. What a plan. We're going to get that momentum, and then the cat is going to Harry dodge, and I think I'm going to proc uh, all of the traps. Can I do that? I know I can proc at least 2. Can I proc 3, you think?
Let's find out. All right. So,
Control E.
oh, yeah. So if you go, this was 3 inches on the first move, and then you can see you're within 1 inch of the third trap. So your 4 inches can get you all 3 traps if you want them.
I thought that the 4-inch dodge had to be all collinear.
No.
No fucking way.
Pushes have to be in a straight line. Dodges do not.
This changes everything.
Yeah.
Uh Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Dodges are busted. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
All right.
pretty important for especially the teams you seem interested in, right?
Well, the
And
thing is,
going
so
on
here's the
goal
thing.
runs.
On my first couple of goal runs, I was doing the busted split 'em up dodges, and I got really good at these like nonsensical go around corners dodge, like need steppers and precision clippers to see where I'm going.
Yeah.
And then I read the rule that you have to smash all the pushes together in one line, and I was like, oh, okay. And then to me, like in my head, pushes and dodges are all the same rule
Yeah.
because they are advances and not advances.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, dodges being non-collinear is bananas.
Yeah.
All right, I love it. I love it. Let's go. So yeah, I'm definitely in that case. It'd be trivial to proc all 3 traps. I love
Yeah.
it.
You
Let's
just
go.
end there.
So what would you like to happen to my cat? I imagine that he is bleeding and weak pointed.
Yes. So 3 damage total. Snare, bleed, weak point.
Uh, all of these
Oh,
things
and I'm
happen
responsible
to
for
my
getting a
cat.
weak point.
Great work, Pride. Excellent job. You've taken 3 for the team.
So I think finding throwaway models that can eat multiple traps is a huge part in actually beating Steeljaw. I think a lot of players just like, taking a trap sucks, right? Like 1 damage snare bleed is a hell of a thing to happen to your model. And so people will just go out of their way to try to avoid traps.
It's
But
like, oh no, the floor is lava. I'll never touch it. It's like, no, 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 no. I got to get rid of them. They're definitely guaranteed to happen to my team. Like, it's like, you know that the pin has been pulled. Who do you
yeah.
want it to explode on? The answer is the cat, man. The cat sucks. I
Well,
don't
like
care.
one trap is 1 damage snare bleed. The second trap is just a
Is
damage and weak
right,
point maybe, right? But like
right.
the difference
The third
between
trap is a
0 and 1 versus one
Right.
and two is enormous, right? So I think this is a great play that a lot of people don't. This is how you can. It helps a lot in Steeljaw being able to pick up traps when I don't want you to.
Okay, awesome. So maybe I'm not complete shit at this game. Let's go. All right. So the rest of Spigot's activation, he's going to no Spigot, bro. You don't get a little free nudge. You got to stay there. All right. We're gonna buy a sprint almost certainly. He's so weird. He's a 5'8". Where's the extra movement is of jog, buddy? He's gonna go to here. Oh my god, the bear is gonna annihilate my man. What do I even do with my life? I want to go get the ball, but I don't think I can. Oh, if I'm on the other side of Chaska, he has to push me effectively toward the ball if he boomboxes me. So that's kind of cool.
He does have pushes on his playbook, but yes. like really good pushes on his playbook, so he
Let's see
can
here. Oh,
restructure.
gross. All right. What else are we doing in Bigot Land? He can go here. He can ask for the ball. He can go engage bear. No, that just kills him.
I think part of your turn should definitely be getting the ball of light off the cat and back onto Harry or Fangtooth, right? So you can keep that
Yeah. So
live.
what I'm gonna do is go heroic the ball off of the cat to
Mm-hmm.
Spigot,
Mm-hmm.
and then kick it to Fangtooth, and then I'm just wondering where I want Spigot to wind up. Like
Sure.
he
Yeah.
can he can wind up like here. I don't know if that's good. He can wind
No.
up here. That's rancid.
Yes.
Like and then he can wind up like here, which does really nothing. Like I don't really know. Maybe he just goes back to behind the barrel. Like the barrel is safe, the barrel is life. So I don't know. Let's see what's up. So the cat, I need the cat to be able to tap into me. Like
Yes.
that's crucial. So I need to be within two of the cat, which nope, that's not the cat at all. This is the cat. So I need to be here, which means I don't need to sprint. I can just jog.
Yeah.
Assuming I don't want to do anything else to fight Chaska or Cena, which I don't think I
I think the
do.
problem is like because Chaska with a blessing does a lot of damage, right? Getting a
Yeah,
free boombox on top of 4 attacks, he will kill
right,
Spigot about as easily as the bear.
right. Um, the other issue was like trying to get Fangtooth in a position to do something with his life. All right, so we'll go to say here. Sounds about right. Uh, nah, because if I'm here, that gives me an easier dodge back into cover. Sure, fine. Or I could just take the extreme nonsense because the cat's engaged, right?
Yes.
The cat doubly engaged? No. Okay. So it's a tap in, and I think I
It's a 1 die tap in.
one die tap in. So it's like slightly better than half that I get it. Okay, that's fine. Spend my momentum, see if the cat understands football. The cat does not understand football. It is terrible.
Luckily, I
Uh,
think most scatters are fine here too. So
right, but it just means that I don't get to do anything with the rest of Spigot's. Like that was going to generate momentum and 8 inches of move.
yeah, I mean it might scatter near enough to him. Let's see where it goes.
Oh, that's true. He actually might just straight up get it, which would be dope.
Especially if it clanks off this like this barrel, stopping a bunch of the directions from being a disaster.
Or I can't see what Vassal's doing. Do you have the scatter happening, or should I do it?
I can do it. So show
Okay.
kick template. Point it at the cat. Cool. Scatter. Single scatter. Yeah.
We
So it's
did it.
gonna clank on this side of the barrel. So either one of them can pick it up.
It's going to be Spigot, surprisingly enough. And then Spigot will kick to bang to. This is the question. So if I kick to Harry, he gets to be way more relevant this turn. Fangtooth is already relevant. However, if I kick to Fangtooth, I get the uh either pot-bellied pass, which I think I wouldn't take, or the dodge, which I think I would take. I would dodge him to be up near Pride by Chaska to present a target for Chaska that isn't Spigot or Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I think that you chugging into Fangtooth would be pretty damaging, but not lethal to
No,
Fangtooth.
shouldn't be.
And then, but if I do pot-bellied pass, I pot-bellied pass to Pride, and then I throw Pride like no, I just do weak point. Undo that. I want to throw Pride like here, which is like effectively turning off the bear in the end for the turn, right?
Sort of. Yeah. I mean, he can push you away and go walk somewhere else, but it definitely um, it makes the bear annoyed, right? It has him do some extra work to get to do what he really wanted to do. Um, there is another option where you can pass to Spigot or pass to Fangtooth. Fangtooth potbellies it back. Fangtooth dodges, and then you pass to Harry, and Harry dodges forward, and you get to move both of your friends up the field if you
Yeah,
want to.
yeah. Uh, that that is true. And I think that while that generates the most influence or the most momentum and the most movement, I think it also puts me in the most like get shit on by the bear territory. Like I don't think there's a good place for me to do that where the bear doesn't just like annihilate Harry and Spigot.
Yeah, I mean this is 7, right? And March for Death is turned off because Minx is already gone. So as long as you're outside of 7, because you're not snared either to start, right? And I don't have traps over there, so if you're outside of the 7,
Yeah.
you're
Okay,
fine.
that's actually not that bad then. Okay, okay, let's do this. I think you make a super valid point. Spigot is going to buy the pass to Dr. Fangers for 3 of the dice, 4 of the dice. What a
4 of the
champion.
dice.
And Fangers is going to hot-bellied pass it back to Bijou. Wait, is that true? Yes.
Yeah.
And then I dodge Fangtooth with this momentum that I'm generating here.
Yes.
Uh, but I actually don't have to spend it because he's in the aura. So I
Yeah.
have to hit. I have to hit this pass.
You do spend the momentum for Potbellied Pass.
I did, right. So then, but if he hits this pass, like
Oh, yes.
I'm in the future. I'm in the
Yes.
future. So if Fangtooth hits this 2 die pass, which bro, can you even tap in? Bro, you can. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we go. Fangtooth hits it.
Yep.
First
So
time for everything.
free
Then we
dodge.
bank this.
Yep.
Then we free dodge Fangtooth, and Fangtooth wants to go here. Uh, yeah, he can
Yeah.
actually be a little bit more aggressive than that because the bear can't really go around the cat. Oh, whatever. I'm fine with this.
Okay.
Uh, and then the rest of Spigot is passed to Harry for Uno, and that's a 4 die. We did it barely. Way to go, Spigs. You're a football legend, dog. I believe in you. And then Harold will dodge to like it's just gotta be cover and here. I don't think there's any other sane place to dodge. I guess
There's an
here.
argument to go around the back so that Fangtooth is in Hat Aura,
Yeah, that's actually very smart.
but
Uh,
also if Harry just wants to walk next, like your next activation is likely to be Harry walking and doing stuff anyways. So
right. What is Harry's walk? So if Harry's walk is there, we would want Harry to be perhaps here to be walking effectively. Whatever,
I
man.
think,
Harry sucks.
yeah, I
He
think
can't.
either is going to be just fine, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Harry, you were a bad investment, dog, but I believe in you. With your 2 influence, You'll make something happen. We have done it. That is Spigot's activation. He is completed. Please proceed to bear the shit out of him.
Uh, no, I don't think I will.
Love it.
I think the bear is just going to wiggle backwards to like here, and then take his free attack into Grace. So I am tack 7. I have a buddy, so I go to tack 8, and then I played Break Out the Knives, so I am tack 9 versus a 4 and 1.
She understands.
4 hits. Uh,
Sounds
yeah.
like momentous 4 into 5.
No, we're actually gonna push you through the trap.
Okay.
So push you to like here. So take 1 damage, snare, and weak point. Cool. So now it's going to be 9 dice on a 3-0 by an attack. Oh, that's
Love
neat.
it.
So momentous 3 up to 4 because you're snared.
Yep.
And then we'll try once more and hope to roll a little better.
Hey, it's better.
All right, so that's a wrap.
It's even the wrap.
Um,
I assume double momentously kill her.
Trying to think if I want Egret to also stab you once for more momentum. Uh,
So
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 let's do the momentous one that goes up to 2 twice, so 4 damage total to Grace.
okay.
2 more momentum, and yeah, that's the bear.
All right. Um. So Harry, my man, can you encourage Grace? Turn. Seems like you can. Harry needs to go 7 there, then passes the ball to Fang to passes the ball to Fangtooth first, actually. Sounds right. All right. I care about Molotoving you at all? No, but I do. Well, I care about maybe firing the bear, right? That's probably pretty tight.
Yeah, slows him down.
All right. Harry is going to pass the ball to Fang. Harry does that at 3 dice. Harry is doing that at not a tap-in.
Mm-hmm.
Harry has done it. Way to go, Harry. Harry will use that dodge to go to. Did I copy you successfully? No, that was shift. Way to go. Harry will dodge to here, and then Harry will walk to. Harry is going to walk to here. Oh, we can go an inch further. How lucky. Here. And then he will encourage Grace.
Okay.
Uh, and then he will buy Molotov on Minx and Cena.
Sounds good.
Since Harry is damaged, you have high def against that play too.
Yes.
In
Yes.
that case, Harry might become not damaged for a second.
Hmm.
This is the thing that Harry's going to do with his life. He could go to 19 of health. Is that worth it? What does that do on me? Nothing, right? Right. Ah, I'm just not doing anything with momentum, I guess. I still think I want one. I think I
I,
can't go bankrupt.
don't spend a
Yeah,
0. Just don't spend a 0.
yeah. So we're gonna roll the 2 dice, or the 1 die against Minx first. We did it.
Okay.
Uh,
So just
you are on
5.
fire.
Yep.
And then we're rolling the 1 die against the bear. Nice. Awesome. Very, very cool. uh, all right. Uh, way to go, buddy. And I guess I should put the fire on the pitch, huh? Where is El Templeto? 3-inch burning. You are here.
Cool.
Uh, and then I think I want it to be the least in my way. There we go. That's good for me. I believe that that is Harry. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Do I want to live dangerously? What does that look like? I walk to. I can go base. I hit you once, I do nothing, and you get to hit me back at 5 dice on a 3-1. And the disaster is if you get knocked down double push, which is a 50-50. Okay. I guess that's not the absolute worst, because I can just do that, but I would like to do more with my life. Yeah, I think I tough skin myself first to make this unlikely. Then I have 3 attacks.
So tough skin takes your blessing or no?
Uh, I don't think so, but maybe it does actually. No, I get to choose when I use blessing.
It's not the next time. That's
No.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it just says once during its activation, target friendly model within 6 may use a character play without spending influence.
Okay,
Because some of
awesome.
those free, like I think Vet Hearn's thing is the first one.
Is the next.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I thought it was the same
yeah,
language.
it's because Vet Hearn sucks. Fuck that guy. Um, okay, that's not the worst. And then I get to keep Fangtooth away from a juicy ground pound. Yeah, I've got momentum if it totally backfires. So Chaska is going to pay 1, put tough skin on himself.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to walk to second Chaska,
Mm-hmm.
and he is going to attack Fangtooth. Any response?
Yeah, I'll counterattack.
Cool. Resilience is gone.
Okay. Fangtooth's counterattack is just 5 dice because nothing else wacky is happening.
Yep.
Uh, on a 3-1,
3-2.
3-2. Sure, I'll do knockdown double push.
Okay. All right.
I choose to push you into the cat.
So
And
nice.
wait a minute. Uh, I think the correct thing is just put you far, far away, right? Like there's an argument to be had where I like put you here or some
Mm-hmm.
nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, but I don't think that that's actually good because you just stand up and then pull the trigger on your gun, right?
Yeah, and I get to whack Fangtooth on the way.
Right. So like that looks good, but I think the actual thing that I want to do with my life is just try to burn as much of your influence in this activation as possible,
Yep.
and I put you like maximally back here.
Oh, also, yes, so that is correct. And also, you probably couldn't push me there since we're base to base, and I can't go over your base during the push, so you'd have to push me at
Oh
like a
yeah,
right angle, anyways.
because of circles. Yeah,
Yep.
okay, got it.
But yeah, you just don't want me to be able to buy attacks here. I was hoping you would not get the 10%er, but here we are. Yep. So I am knocked down. I'm going to just spend a momentum to stand back up. I am going to place a trap by Mr. Fangtooth. I am going to use my blessing to shoot Mr. Fangtooth. Kerpow. I hit you. So you take 4 damage.
Well, technically 5 because I'm gonna lose
Yeah.
the trap is gonna explode, right?
3, 4.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of damages, and I
And
am
snared.
snurred and bleeding, or snurred and weak pointed.
That's a good question, actually. I will do bleed.
Snurred and
You have
bleeding.
2-inch melee, so. Okay, and that's got to be Chaska's life.
All right, so my only remaining activation is Mr. Fangers. Since he's bleeding anyway, he might as well flagellant himself to lose it and the snared, because it's only 1 more damage,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then he is better. Control G, all good. Then I believe I want to. 5 is that, 7 is that. So 5 puts me at fighting you. Is that good? Or what can I do in terms of a Spicy ground pound. I think nothing. I think there's no spicy ground pound to be had.
No, the boombox at least turned that off.
So, do I want to charge Chaska, or do I want to just go up and buy a bunch of attacks on him?
You definitely don't want to
Or,
charge because it just costs you momentum basically in the end, right? Um,
right.
you'd rather basically in this game you only charge if you absolutely need the distance or have other benefits for charging, and otherwise it is Jog City.
Mm. And there's no way for me to get to anyone else but Chaska. Oh, wait. There kind of is. Uh, I can also just pass the ball,
Yes.
and that gets someone else into this fight for basically free. What does that look like for you? Does that put you in? No, it does not. It would have to be the cat or the hat. So the cat. Okay. Fangtooth is going to. Well, hold on. Do I even care about the gang up? What does the gang up give me? What do I want to hit?
Game's
Oh,
definitely nice, but it will put the ball of light in a somewhat difficult place to retrieve again.
right. I'm also wondering if I even want to be ground pounding in a world where I bring the gang up, which I don't. So
No,
I think
I
I just
don't.
want to buy all three attacks. Although I could pass to Spigot for another momentum and to move him. Because it's the same amount of momentum, right? Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I think putting the ball off of Fangtooth is smart, right? You don't want it committed somewhere if you don't have to. So I think I would pass, walk, make two attacks.
this is outside or inside this, I think.
Oh god. Let's see if I remember how to zoom in. You have about a 3-inch tap in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn off this hat aura real quick because
great.
it looks just out to me.
Okay. So it's not a tap. Uh,
You could
so I'd
walk
be.
first. Like you can walk to within 2 of Chaska, within 3 of Spigot, and then
Oh,
pass.
right, because I'm not being. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I was thinking that no matter what, I would be engaged by Chaska, but I
no,
wouldn't
he's
be.
1-inch melee, you're
He's
2,
a one
so
A. Okay, great. So I will do that. Where I go to here, and I believe that puts me well with. Nope. Is that even possible? I don't think it's possible. Oh, it is. Okay, great.
also he's got a 3-inch tap in range.
Oh, I was 2 inching.
Yeah,
Obvious. Yeah, okay. Much easier. Much, much easier.
yeah.
We'll do that then. And we will buy tap and pass to Spigot
Yep.
or one of influence. Rolling 2 dice, looking for a 3. We did it. That is a momentum, and we will have Spigot do the thing to where he asks. Where? I guess to here to buy the most amount of distance. Uh, get closer to Grayson the ball. Sure. Okay. Then Fangtooth will buy an attack on Chaska.
Cool. No response.
Uh, and that is going to be straight up 5 attack. Do I care about bonus time? I don't. Uh,
3-2, so 2 hits.
2 hits. That's momentous 3. And then we'll buy another attack. That is going to be 2 damage unmomentously.
Cool. Okie doke. Um, so I guess you've activated out, right?
Yeah, because you killed Brisket.
Yep. Cool. So the cat is gonna free charge Grace. Yeah, we'll just go to like here, not getting on fire or anything, because that seems lame. So the cat is tack 3. She has 2 friends, so it's up to 5, and then charge, so it's 9 dice against a 3-0. Any response from you?
Um, I don't think there's any world in which the death stance gets me to live, right?
It's unlikely to, especially because you're functionally on 3 health with the poison.
Yeah, I'm just yeah. Uh, go nuts.
Okay. 6 hits, so that's momentous 2 up to 3, momentous 2 up to 3. So yeah,
Great.
we'll just take the kill now. So that's momentous result, the takeout, and I have 2 inches of dodge.
So she actually would have lived there. Oh
Uh,
no, because it's the snared.
yeah,
Sure, she's one lower death. Got it, got
yeah,
it.
it would put you up to a 4, which still kills you. All right, quick foot goes with her. Weak point comes back to me, and then my 2 inches of dodge. I guess we'll come out this way. That seems fine. That's the cat done. Alright. Then I've got an egret. Let's see, what am I doing at the start of next turn? I think killing Spigot is the numero uno priority. So I could. Well, actually, can I do this with a sprint first? Let's check that. Almost certainly. Well, maybe. No. Okay. So I can sprint and put a trap down to help the bear out. But you're only going to be on 8 health. But I'm going to be almost certainly down a die with Harry there. And he's a 3-2 though. And Harry's a 3-1. Okay. I can play any card I want. So I'd probably play this one. Okay, I think we'll do this. So this is 6. So Eva is going to jog to here and just try to snap fire your cat. You are snared, so you're def 2, so this is 1 dice needing a 2. I get it. So the cat takes 1 damage and poison. And then. Did I lose you?
No, I'm just
Sure.
doing. I hit the no, don't go, cat.
No problem. Just making sure. And I get to back to the shadows, so I'm going to back to the shadows. Hmm.
So wait, the Fangtooth is within 2 of the cat. Doesn't he get hit too? Oh no, that's
No, that's
flurry, not
flurry.
the
Yeah.
quick fire. Got it. Okay.
Yep. Only had the one
Just making sure I didn't
influence.
want Fangtooth to get away with anything. He's a big monster, and he knows what he did. He wakes up and flagellates himself to remind himself how bad he is every day.
Yeah, the problem with flurrying there is I'm also going to hit Minx and Chaska, so it's not. I also didn't have the influence for it, but even if I did, it was not going to be the most exciting. Flurry. Nah, I guess Eager will just tuck in here. That seems fine.
At this point, man, it's Venn diagram hell. You just tell me what's going on, and I believe you.
Yeah, let's clean this up a little bit. Cool. All right. So can't be on top of the cat. Come on, Basil. All right. There we go.
So now we have The weak point leaves. The cat takes bleeding and poison, and for 5 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's no longer bleeding, but he is poisoned. And Harold takes some poison, and Ijo takes some poison.
And Minx took one
And
from fire.
Minx is on fire. The fire is gone.
Fire sticks
And
around. Oh, the AoE goes away. Yeah.
yeah, and then this person is status not taken out. And this person is status not taken out. And then we will play cards and I jog back on, or do I jog on and then cards?
Cards first.
Today's card brought to you by this card. Uh, yeah, I might have made a mistake here. Well, I'll talk about what the other card could have been here at the
Okay.
end.
I mean, this doesn't seem
Uh,
bad by any means, so.
no, this isn't wrong. It's just that in this specific situation, there's another card that I
Sure.
might have wanted to play instead. Uh,
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to put
play.
Tough Hide on Chaska,
Yeah,
and then I'm going to start allocating.
you're down one, I'm up one, and goal influence,
Yeah, it sounds right.
and then I have one momentum because you're going first.
Yep.
Lovely. Uh, Grace, my dear, you will jog on first. Here, going 6 of them. That puts you, how you say, here. First, get actually, yeah, that's fine. First, get, you will go, and then you will jog onto.
Let's see what this is actually going to look like. So here. So 3 inches to there.
So traps are not enemy models, correct? Like I
Correct.
haven't been forgetting Rising Anger. Okay.
Nope.
This is what I thought. Oh, are you allocated?
I'm thinking about it. This is
Got
my
it.
initial
I just didn't
plan.
want to hold up the game if
No,
you
yeah,
were.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I have to walk into Harry to be able to hit him. It's going to be 6 dice on a 3-2. That's not great. I don't like that. But then only going to be 4 dice. Which also doesn't seem great. I don't like any of my options. Maybe I should have had Eager go put a trap out there. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. bad. Just have to give you.
Harry running that big defense, coming up big, huge interference.
I mean, even without Harry, my odds to kill aren't great. I mean, they're there and I would take them, but it's not a guarantee with the 3-2 stat line. So, stand out there. Seems fine.
Man, I'm super behind, but I think this turn's going to be fun. I think I have a lot of options. I
Mm-hmm.
think I like what's happening.
You
Oh
definitely
my
do.
God, dude, that ball is just in space. It's so bad. I need to dock with the ISS and then score another goal after that. It's crazy.
Yeah, Spigot's got close control, also trying to get cheeky with tackles, doesn't do a lot. Yeah, I should have.
He spent so long being drunk and playing soccer, he learned how to keep the ball. That's true. But he did find God, and now he doesn't drink, so there is that. Way to go, Spigot.
Hmm. Maybe I'd give my captain. Well, can you charge to where I need to be? Oops. No. Stupid barrel. Alright, so that doesn't work. So I sprint, and I hit you 3 times.
What I'm hearing is that my positioning is brilliant and flawless, and I have stymied all of your advances. And
uh,
and I think you're right. I think that I did
that's
really think this through
not
and
entirely
lock you down.
wrong. I should have moved Steel John a better spot last turn too, but that's my fault. Alright, so let's just take all this influence away and come back. So I've got 6 accounted for. Probably want one more here. 7. Definitely want one there. So 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, we're going with that. I don't know if it's right, but in the interest of game. So, are you happy with your allocation?
I think so. Let me think about it now that
Yeah,
so
of
you're locked
course.
in. You're good to
Yes.
go.
Yep.
Okay. So in a world where the bear has two, we knew that was going to happen. Steeljaw has five, Egret has one, Minx one, and boy Chaska two. So Chaska can't boombox without blessing, which you probably give with Minx. And I'm going second, so you get to charge with the bear and do the thing. Harry with two, Spigot with two, Pride with zero is the only thing that I'm a little bit sad about. Uh, Fangtooth, do you really need three, buddy? What are you doing with three? I think that you want three because of what you promised to do. I might regret it like last turn. I regretted giving Fangtooth three. I am gonna lock this in, but I believe
Okay.
that giving Fangtooth three is maybe a mistake. We will find out.
Okay.
Because the other thing I would do with it is give one more to each of Harry, Spigot, Brisket.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think in a vacuum I would like that. I mean, generally, I'm a fan of finding the models that are going to do action and giving them either a lot or nothing, right?
Yeah, so the issue is like if I don't put three on Fangtooth, that just you get to run roughshod over me in the middle. Like I think that me putting three on Fangtooth means that you have to respect ground pound even if it's not going to get used. Because otherwise, if you just like leave a bunch of dipshits there and kill Harry and Spigot, like Fangtooth walks over like a moron and just knocks you all down, which is free, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like so if you just like pop off at the start of the turn, the only way I punish you at all is Fangtooth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I have no answer to you just coming and bearing me down right down the center. So like if I don't do that, like let's assume Fangtooth has none, do you play differently than if Fangtooth has three?
Um, maybe later in the turn, but not at the start of the turn.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is that at the top of the turn, I have to make this decision now because otherwise, super late in the turn, you get to basically play the middle of the board like I've abandoned ship.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, yeah, I guess we'll see how because I see arguments either way, and I'm not experienced enough with order to know for certain.
Okay.
Uh,
We'll revisit it at the end of the turn, but right now I'm
yeah,
putting it there to make sure that you can't just like be gigantically cocky in the center of the board and have me do nothing about it, right?
sure.
Like if it just
Yeah.
becomes a trappy hellhole, I just wish that I die.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, so Steeljaw is going to sprint. She's going to go 5 inches to here, and then 3 inches. So I could go tuck in here. I also just care about getting 6 on this man, which is very easy. Yeah, okay, she's going to sprint to there.
okay.
She's going to attack your cat. Any response?
I am thinking currently how many dice are you rolling to try to hurt my cat?
6 dice, because I got a friend.
6 dice. So you can't possibly kill my cat. But you can severely maim my cat. What can cat do on the crackback? Basically nothing. Yep, you may attack the cat with
Cool.
impunity. That's fine.
That's the right answer. So you are a 2-1 against my 6 dice. Hoo boy. All right.
Way to go, Pride. Way to go. I don't know how you pulled that like 2%er out of your ass, but I believe in you, buddy. Thank you very much.
So
That's
I'm
the
going
second
to
nonsense outlier that I think you've rolled this game.
push you through this trap. So take a damage and weak point.
You got it.
Get you into Chaska.
Yep. So
Gain
now the cat is
momentum.
supremely ganged up.
Buy an attack. You're at 2-0 now against my 7 dice.
Yep.
All 7.
That's all of them.
Okay. So we're going to do the momentous bait now because there's no better opportunity. So put out 2 traps.
Wow, the range on that is appalling. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
Unreal.
Do I put this one like here? Yeah, I think trying to play on Fangtooth is just being too cute. And I just want to get this one. Now, if I do this, you're almost certainly just going to parry dodge into it. Well, that's what I mean, Spigot's not. So yeah, put that there. Push Spigot an inch over here. He's going to take 1 damage, snare, and weak point.
This is, I mean, it's a cool model and all, but I find what just happened to be immersion breaking. Somehow your captain was fighting a lion, and then from downtown, 2 traps appeared from the ether and convinced my 2 religiously stalwart footballers to run into traps. I think not, sir.
Yeah.
No, I didn't realize that the within 6 was the miners nonsense where it's placed within, so like the range is actually preposterous.
I'm also going to use a push on Fangtooth to get him outside of range of things.
Yeah, that sounds right. I would do that. That sounds right.
And so then that's my wrap, and then I've got this. I've got 2 more influence. So
So
I'm just
wait,
gonna.
which 2 models did you choose? You chose to push Spigot and you chose to push Fangtooth?
Yes.
So Harry did not move.
No.
He's got a trap right up on him.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
Sounds
I'm going to. So that was momentous, and then I'm momentously knock down this cat.
Yeah, sure. Honestly, the cat has had really a bad day. Let's go ahead and put the cat out of its misery. It's time.
So I get a bonus dice now, so 8 dice on a 2-0.
Yep.
6 hits will
Yep.
be
Oh, another Rap City. Let's go.
momentous 2 and a momentous push.
Got it.
So you're on 1. And my last attack, 8 dice on a 2-0. The whole
That's a
thing.
super wrap.
So momentous two, and a takeout.
Yep.
So
Yep.
mascot taken out.
Uh, Status taken out. Does that trigger my? It does. It's not squatty. Let's go. You just paid me. Let's go.
Yep.
Who cares that you have 8 momentum? I'm catching up. Let's go. All right.
That's
Are you debating who to encourage?
debating encouraging, and I'm debating legendarying. Because if I give every person on the field a trap, it puts you in an obnoxious spot. But I actually don't think. No, so we're not going to do that. We are going to do an encourage
I
on.
think the encourage is basically mandatory. Like you have infinite on me, right? Like I
Yeah,
guess it's not mandatory because I'm still not gonna I'm not gonna get very much momentum this turn, and or I'm going to get more because you're gonna kill more, and you might be generating less with plays. I still think that it's pretty free.
yeah. It's just I also can wait, right? Like nobody is in threat of dying right now. Like Minx, if
Sure.
you roll super hot, Harry could or Fangtooth could maybe do it, but Chaska having tough hide puts everyone in a pretty comfortable spot. But I think I will encourage on Chaska just to be safe. They put a thing in for that, right? Encourage. There it is. All right, let's Steel Jaw.
All right. Um. You have the taken out position, buddy. You should. And it's taken out. Great. So I think that Grace needs to go before Brisket. Brisket wants to go before Spigot. Fangtooth wants to go before everybody. And Harry doesn't
Yeah.
want to go, but has to go at some point.
So I'll give you a
Uh,
tip. If Spigot does not activate, he is immediately dead.
well, uh, maybe if Fangtooth can knock down the bear, it's hard, right?
Uh, yeah, that's true.
That's why Fangtooth wants to go now.
Okay.
But I'm wondering if there's a better thing to do with my life in terms of like setting up to for more than just this. Like right now, I'm just in damage control mode, and I want to
Mhm.
be back into potentially getting the ball and scoring mode.
Mhm.
Uh, all right, Fangtooth, buddy, buddy, pal, buddy. Uh, you go your fivers, then you're threatening your melees. I can also ground pound somebody to be in the bear's way, right? Like that also fixes the problem, or is the bear not gonna? The bear's not charging, right?
No, the bear's not charging.
The bear's just gonna walk.
Yeah, or sprint if he has to, because 2 attacks on a snared weak pointed spigot is good enough.
Brisket could also legendary spigot to safety. I don't think any of these things are good. If Fangtooth goes and clears conditions on Spigot, how much does that help? It means that you're doing. That actually helps a decent amount, right?
Yes. Puts you. I don't get the damage bonus. You're back up to def 3, so you're 3-1, which puts you in a safer spot. Uh, so 6 dice on a 3-1. Let's go. And you'd be on, what, 7 health, so I'd have to hit 3, then 2, then 2. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
just
let's see what this looks like real quick. Where where can my little Fangtooth go? He can go to here, and then he can ground pound and clear conditions on Spigot and heal Spigot. All of these things are wonderful. And then the
mm-hmm.
bear can shit on a lot of my stuff, but I think Fangtooth at this point does keep the middle of the pitch honest because you tried to take too long to do the thing against Spigot, which I think I have to take advantage of this now or I never get to.
Yeah, yeah. If you're willing to take conditions and heal Spigot and do this ground pound, then Spigot's in a very safe place.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what's going to happen. So
Okay.
Fangtooth is going to be a very churchy boy, and he's going to take his 4, and he's going to spend 2 momentum to heal the spigots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that's the wrong way entirely. And then he will have flagellanted his mans. And then he will cast Groundy Poundy to get all 3 of your dudes.
Yep.
I will maximally push Minx and Shaska and shit, Steeljaw. Why not? Let's do it.
So there's Minx. Chaska's pretty easy. And then Steeljaw. Jesus, gonna wiggle back into this crate.
Yeah.
Vassal would be nice about it. There it goes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, and knockdowns. The kind of important.
Yeah, that's the dope part.
All right, that's everything for him, right?
That's all he's got.
Hmm. All right, Minx is going to spend a momentum to stand. She is gonna go for a jog.
So momentum and she also is no longer on fire, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Cool. Free bonus. She's gonna walk into cover, but engaging Harry and Fangers.
Got it.
Yeah. She's gonna place a trap down. Just for
Sneaky
Fangers.
sneaky devil.
Yeah, inside of 1. Okay, and then she's going to give Fangtooth a poke. Any response?
Uh so because of resilient, nothing is gonna happen.
Correct.
So I could just get a counterattack here for the cost of 1 momentum, but that puts me at 0, which I think is stupid.
And it'd be
But
4 dice against the 5-1.
it'd be why 4 dice?
Because oh no, Steeljaw's still knocked down, so it'd be 5 dice against the 5-1.
It'd be 6, right? Because you're engaging Harry as
And I'm
well.
in cover.
Okay, so 5 dice against a 5-1, which probably does nothing worthwhile.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, that's fine. You may attack and proc resilience. That's fine.
I did it.
Okay, congratulations. He is not resilient. What a goof. What a goofball. All right.
And then, hold on, I gotta figure out blessing,
Oh, sure.
because Minx does a lot of things on one influence.
Right.
It's too many decisions
Also,
to make.
you might want to encourage as well. I'm not sure, but you might.
No, think I'm happy with things the way as they stand.
Or as they knock down, as it were.
Yeah, she's gonna put it on herself and then immediately use it to put up Marked for Death.
Ooh, that's a spicy play I never considered. I love it.
It's yeah. I love putting one on Minx just so she can walk somewhere, get a momentum, do a blessing somewhere, put a trap out. So
Yeah,
much value for one influence.
yeah, that's totally dope. And the thing is, like, I have figured out the sort of one influence she's dope part, but never considered self mark for death being the thing that you do with the blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool. Uh, okay. Now it is the time for the spigot show yet. What are you going to do with the bear? He asks. The bear is probably trying to fight Harold,
He'll
the
take
free
whatever he can
charge.
get. But yeah, if the board stays as it lies, he's absolutely going to free charge Harry and tear his face off.
So if instead Harry does a different thing. So let's see, where can he go in a world where he doesn't fight Harry? He does the thing. No, kitty, go away. Uh, Harry could fight the bear. So at some point, I might just concede that either Harry or Spigot is dead. Is there a world in which Harry or Spigot are not dead? Like one of those two is dead, right?
Yes, but you should be able to save one of them here.
Yeah. Uh, let me see. No. Maybe they can both live. If Spigot goes, passes the ball to Harry, Harry does the dodge. Spigot heroically asks him to pass it back.
Sure, yeah,
He does.
you can shenanigan both out of there.
Originally, though, Spigot was going to try to do some shit with Grace and Brisket to get them to advance to get the ball,
Right.
because I have to do that someday,
Yes.
and that might as well be today. All right. So then instead, what he wants to do is get into. I'm just going to telegraph my play. I don't really care.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I think this would have been hard to see if I was against an opponent that I was not speaking out loud to.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that what I'm going to do is put Spigot through pass, jog, uh, 6 out of Brisket to let her legendary to start her movement.
Uh, yeah. The I might do 5, just because the bear has a push on 1, and if I just swat you out of range, then Brisket gets to stand over there for this turn.
I mean, nah, because then the bear is within 6, right? And I get to jog at the bear. I guess that's right.
Well, like
Okay.
if Spigot's here-ish, right,
Yeah.
then the bear can be like there, drag Spigot
Yeah.
out of legendary range, and then like you can walk up and like route 1 and stuff, but it's less
But that
distance than what you want.
right.
Uh,
Right. All
so
right. So then the first things first. Spigot will. Oh, wait. This actually. Is there a way? Oh, no, that's a model. Oh, probably still works. Does Fangtooth fit between Harry and Minx?
let's find out. Oh yeah, room to spare.
Okay, great. Uh, so he might go on a journey of collecting some traps.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got to go on a fantastic voyage, and he can get in the way of the bear because he's basically dead
Mm-hmm.
already, and that means that Chaska can do actual nothing,
Mm-hmm.
and then Harry and Spigot are safe because Fangtooth, who is already dead, is super dead, mega dead. Yeah, I'm fine with this. So Spigot is going to pass to Fangtooth.
Okay.
And that is going to be. Oh Jesus! Actually, is that pass possible?
Yeah, I mean, so Steeljaw still knocked down, so it's just needing a
Oh,
5.
okay. Got it. Okay. So it's 5 and 4 dice looking for a 5. Am
Yeah.
I within Taperinos? No. Okay. 4 dice looking for a 5 is riskier than it's worth, maybe? No, this is fine. This is fine.
80%.
Nice. Awesome. Great. Uh, we have missed. Uh,
It's
let's,
bound to happen eventually, right? On your plan order.
yeah, yep. Uh, let's scatter that ball. So it goes through Harry the Hat, is that true? How does
Uh,
how does this actually work?
yeah, so you first have to find a legal position for it to land because it cannot land on top of this obstacle, right? So you
Okay,
rewind, basically, this is the ball path it took to get here, and so you
right.
rewind along that ball path until you find a legal landing spot, which is roughly there. And then you go down the ball path with models closest to the kicker to see who wants to grab it. In this case, would you like Harry to grab it?
Yes,
Harry has the
very
ball.
badly. Great. Uh
Spigot is down in influence.
Spigot's on 1. That's not how we really wanted this to go down. Uh but we will heroic the ball to have Harry the Hat pass it to Spigot,
Mm-hmm.
which is a tap in.
Yes, easily.
And Harry's kick is 3 of dice. We did it. That is this. And then Spigot will dodge. Hmm. Hmm. Spigot or Harry dodge? Spigot dodge. Spigot will dodge. He'll dodge 4 to go to here. And then he will still, because he's super brave and bold and believes in truth and justice in the American way, he's going to kick the ball to Fangtooth again, uh, which I believe is still in range. It is.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for. Uh,
5 again.
wait. So am I still on 1 momentum? Oh no, yeah, because I had to spend for the legendary. Yeah,
Yep.
reading the game. We're 4 dice looking for a 5 again. There's no way I miss it twice, right? We did it.
Hooray.
All right. So that's a momentum, and this momentum will be spent on bang to dodging or passing. Bang tooth dodging because we want to proc both traps. So Fangtooth is going to dodge some amount of space where he is going to proc as many traps as is possible.
So, like, that gets you both? Does that look
Yeah,
reasonable to you?
yeah. That was the plan.
Cool.
I'm totally in. And then Fangtooth has the ball, which is super sad because he can't drop it during a dodge. That's not in advance, correct?
Correct.
All right. Goodbye, Ball of Light. It was
So,
wonderful to know you. You've done a lot of work.
so
You
2
are now going to.
damage, and bleed, and snare, and weak point.
Yep, all sorts of bad news for our man. And then Spigot is going to jog his ants,
Yep.
uh, and he will go to here. Here. Great, love it.
Cool.
Is Fangtooth dead to bleeding as it stands? He
Yes.
is. Great. Okay, got it. So that is something we've got to pay attention to if you decide to get greedy and see if you can bleed him out.
Yep.
All right, that's Spigot. Go ahead.
Okay. So it looks like we're just out of engagement on the bear. Don't know if it matters a lot, but it's there. So my ideal bear activation would be within 2 of both of these guys, which is not possible. Lame. Alright, so I don't think I'm. Oh, well, let's see. So you're legendary, place within base contact. So you're gonna go to here. Uh, can you angle that to route 1 the cat from the start? No. Hooray! I'm a genius. So yeah, you would have to. Long
So,
as
like, what I should have done was not been afraid of your uh whatchamacallit, bear pushing me one out of legendary, but instead made it such that she could route one off of the to the cat before she jogged.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could have done both of those things, right? If this is a 5 inch, or yeah, I think Spigot could have just stood like here, and as long as the real worry is you don't
Is
want
the is I don't think I
you,
because then I'm
well,
within
maybe
two.
not actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no chance I'm doing that.
Okay.
But if it was a stupid move, I would ask to fix it. But there's the thing that I'm playing the most around is not letting you free attack the bear off of killing Fangtooth, which is super obviously what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna go for the mauling, right, and just
Yeah,
blow up the whole positioning of that.
right.
So okay, I don't think I need to worry about Brisket immediately, so that's cool. So instead, I guess I'm going to try to cash in with Monsieur Bear. So he is going to spend 1 to charge Fangtooth. Any response?
And one to charge Fangtooth. Is resilience procced
Yes.
and his defense is a joke? No, go ahead.
Okay. Put those over there. So yeah, very impressive charge. I got 9 inches of movement, so
Yeah, where are we going? Yeah, also getting Herald, I understand.
yeah. Go to there. Make sure I don't clip Fangtooth space. I do not. Cool. Okay, so I am normally TAC 7. I go up to TAC 8 for Minx. I go up to TAC 9 because you're Def 2, but
But can't go
snared.
down. Yep.
Yep. And then I get 4 dice for charging. So 10, 11, 12, 13.
-1 for Herald.
Minus 1 for Herald. So 12 dice on a 2-1.
Love it. That's
Cool.
10 of them.
That's 10 hits. Um, so we'll do. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, on 3 health, right? Yeah. So we'll do Momentous 1 up to 2, and then we'll do the mauling on both of them. So Fangtooth dies. We'll leave him there
Yep.
for a sec so we can scatter the ball.
Yep.
Harry takes 4 damage.
Because he's snared. What?
No,
Why?
mauling just does. Oh no, sorry, I misread. It takes 3 damage.
Okay.
I'm just bad at reading. This goes away. This weak point was on here. So Harry's on
Harry.
10 health.
Harry, no. Oh, no, no, that's wrong. Get your influence back, buddy.
Okay, and then we're going to put this. Okay, put this on top of Fangtooth, and then we're going to scatter it. The 1 pointed at my goal because I did this. I'm responsible.
It is your fault.
Okay.
Is that a place where you? Oh, you don't get to fix it.
No, I do
Ha ha
not.
ha. Ha ha ha. Does the bear want it?
That's a really good question. Yeah, the bear's going to take it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a yes, right? Like, you want me to be fighting the bear. Who gives a shit?
I
Also,
mean,
like, it takes 4, but who cares?
yeah,
You
I mean,
turn
the
off
4
my
damage doesn't
shenanigans.
bother me. It's just getting it off the bear is not hard. But
Sure.
like, it's harder than off the floor, at least. So, okay. I'm going to punch Harry the Hat with my free attack.
That sounds legit. Hold on, please.
Yep.
Uh, does Harry want to fight you back? Oh, wait. and foremost, I get 2 more momentums because you killed a
Yes.
man, and I get 2 more momentums because Harry got touched.
Yep.
Suddenly, this counterattack looks a lot better. What does my counterattack do? You have to take the push or the knockdown. Oh, you have to take the knockdown, actually.
Yes.
Uh, sure. I will counterattack to make you take the knockdown.
Cool. So this is 8 dice on a 3-1. Didn't wrap, so yeah, knockdown.
Okay.
Bob. And one more attack. Uh, so 8 dice on a 2-1. Pop. 7 hits. Cool. uh, take Momentous 6 and Momentous 1.
Sure. That is 7 damage to ye old Herald. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. All right. Is it
Uh,
my activation? Or are you debating what's happening?
I'm considering dropping the ball and having Minx pick it up. Because then it's in a very hard place to get to. What is Harry's odds of doing 3 damage? Reasonable. But I guess that's just going to scatter the ball even at that point, so... Yeah, we're going to drop the ball. Minx is going to pick it up. Take 4.
Great.
And then I will spend 2 momentum and heal her 4.
The bear. Do better, teammate.
Put a courage on her, and now I'm done.
Wait, the bear is very encouraging. I love it.
I mean, I would be
What a
encouraged if I just saw that happen.
supportive team player. He puts down this glowing ball of light. It's like, it burns, it burns. It's like, rah, rah, you'll be fine. All right. So who near Harry has not activated? Just Chaska, right?
And the cat.
Oh, the cat. The cat indeed. All right. So if Harry stands up, what does Harry do with his life? He can fight the bear. He's down to die because of Minx.
Yep.
And then he can just stand and then buy 3 attacks. 1 attack against that, against that. What if I heal first and then save for the jog? Does that matter for any reason? It doesn't. I guess I could go fight Steeljaw. No one cares. I'm not killing Steeljaw. All right. Harry is going to stand up. Harry is going to
With a movement or with momentum?
forfeiting his movement.
Okay.
Harry is going to wait. That also means that the counterattacks are super scary. I might actually momentum this. What does the bear do? Oh no, Harry, move, buddy. All right. Yeah, I think I stand up. Just by forfeiting movement. Is that crazy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Uh, the first attack is going to be on the bear. We good?
Let's see. Your 4 dice on a 3-0, and you need 2 hits. Yeah, go for it.
All right. 4 dice. We did it. I will choose Momentous Knockdown.
Okay. Splat.
I wasn't sure if that or the double push was better. I feel like the knockdown's better.
Knockdown's better because it makes, if you're going to keep hitting the bear for momentum, then it makes your life easier.
Well, what I want to do next is attack Minx.
Yeah,
And so I might just be leaving the bear, but the bear's in a fine place, I guess, to be knocked down.
I think so.
All right, so then I'll buy an attack on Minx.
Okay. 4 dice
And
on a 5-1.
I might be bonus timing. Do I bonus time first, or do you decide to counterattack first?
I decide to counterattack first, and I'm not
Okay.
going
Are
to
you
counterattack.
okay? In that case, I will not be bonus timing this.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll my 4 dice against. You're a 5-1.
5-1.
I might actually be bonus timing this. No, because if I get 1, I can dodge you out of the cover.
Correct.
Okay, great. That's fine. Oh, hey, I'll take it. Uh,
2 hits.
I I will. Yeah, just momentous double dodge
Double push.
or double push. I'm not sure if that or the singled out is better, but I'm pretty sure the double push is better. Uh, I will put you in base with me.
Okay.
Sure. Great. Awesome. Way to go, Harry. And then now I will buy another can you possibly kill me? No. On the counterattack.
No.
I will buy another attack and I will bonus time it.
Okay.
So that's me rolling 6 dice
Yep.
against a 5-1.
Correct.
We didn't do it. I will momentously double push you uh, over as far toward the ball wanters as possible, I guess.
Okay.
Uh, so let's zone around you and copy you and push you here, the ball, and you are gone. Unless, yeah, because I didn't get to the momentous 2 damage. So that is Harry. Does Harry want to do anything else? Harry wants to heal himself.
Okay.
Uh, and then that's Harry. Go ahead.
Cool, cool. Chaska's going to spend 1 to stand. He is going to, yeah, spend 1 to charge Harry. Any response?
Oh, I forgot about that. I probably should have pushed her way out of my thing. Uh, yeah, I will def stance counterattack, I think. Where's his knockdown? Does he have one?
It's on
On
4. I'll be rolling
uh
10 dice.
fine, just def stance.
Okay. So 1 inch. I want to go to like here. Make sure I don't clip steel jaw as I go. Looks good to me. Okay, so you're a 4-1 against my 10 dice. Alright. So that's 4 hits. Yeah, I'll just take the momentous knockdown.
Great. He is on the ground.
And then I will buy attack. This is going to be 6 dice on a 2-1. Oh, and I'm going to place a trap before I buy this attack. 3 hits, eh?
Seems unlikely.
The momentous double push puts you on 6, and then you're going to bleed down to 1. Yeah, I'm going to momentously double push you through this trap.
Great.
So you're going to take 1 damage, snare, and bleed. Actually, I want to push you base with me instead. So right there. And then Chaska's done. I'll get
Doperino.
momentum for that.
Are you asking, did you get momentum for that?
No, I was just reminding myself to get it,
Oh,
so I'm at 6. Your
My
turn.
answer is going to be I have no idea. I think that you were at 5, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was at 5.
Um, 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 um. If my dude dies in the end step, it won't happen this turn, but would I still get the 2 momentum from the card or no?
Yeah, I think you would.
Okay.
I don't see why not.
So brisket is this 6? How unfortunate. Uh, let's say it's Grace next. Grace will talisman her quick foot. Actually, let me do some measuring.
Sure.
So if she wants to go 8, if she sprints, that puts her here, which means Brisket can then duplicate herself and go here, which puts her within Fahad Enos. Yes, great, love it. In that case, she doesn't need to quick foot herself. She just needs to quick foot Brisket. She can go to there with a sprint, and then she can healing light onto air. Hat. Do I care about this? Or she can quick foot herself, quick foot Brisket, go by. No, this is where she wants to wind up anyway. Uh, unless you just go with the cat and free charge Harry. But none of this means anything. So instead of doing that, Brisket would return. Go light. Go 8. Her with 1-inch melee to there. Okay. So 8. Fight the bear. Scoot to Mink. Yeah, I think I have to make you do it, which is fine. Sure. Okay. Uh, Grace is going to. Okay, so is it possible for me to want Harry to die so I go first next turn, or am I just assuming I can't win momentum and I should just try to have Harry not die and have you spend a bunch of resources trying to kill Harry? Because I have one line which is send Grace over, encourage and healing light Harry such that he loses conditions and goes to 9, which means that he pretty much doesn't die.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no way Egret and Fahad are gonna kill him, but then I'm on 2 momentum and she then I guess just shoots the bear once and does nothing with her life. But she is then a legendary target for it. The more I think about this, the more I think that's actually just not a bad idea. The other thing is go with Brisket now. Brisket goes and steals the ball of light because it's kind of impossible for her not to. She passes to Spigot, I'm opens it, and then like ends up by Fahad and Egret, and then I try to go first and go get the ball.
Um, I think I liked the first play better and just saving brisket for later and setting herself up for next turn. There's kind of merits in both directions.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Grace is going to activate. Grace will talisman Quickfoot on Brisket,
Mm-hmm.
and then Grace will sprint. I believe she has to sprint to make that happen. 8. Uh, oh no, she doesn't because she does. Well, she's going to anyway. She'll sprint to go to, I believe, here is pretty good because it puts
Yeah.
her fully within the thing. Sure, got it. And then she's going to cast Healing Light on my boy and encourage my boy. So he's going to lose all of his conditions and heal uh, 4. And then, oh wait, he should be at 9.
9.
No, he should be at 10. No, yeah,
No,
fine.
it
Okay,
heals
I
3
hit,
from
I
healing
hit,
light.
I hit Control H, and I thought that was heal for the thing, but I don't know why that set
Oh,
him to 10.
yeah, I
So
don't know
maybe it
either.
just puts them to their recovery level.
Oh, it could,
Uh,
yeah.
and then I should mark that he's been encouraged. And then I think that's just all that she wrote on Grace.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you are going to be standing here. Okay, so if I get the cat out of there, then I again don't have less to worry about, so that seems like the thing to do. Cat's gonna go 10 inches, which is roughly a million. Okay, yeah, so cat is charging Harry. Any response?
Uh, I think this is a death stance, right?
Uh, I don't think you're too worried about the cat's charge, honestly. If you're not snared, his playbook is totally whatever.
And I don't keep you off more momentum by doing that.
I mean, yeah, you might. So let's see. I'm currently going to be rolling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dice on a 3-1. 6, 7, 8, 9 on a 3-1. And the magic number for multiple momentum is 5. So I have a 65% chance to hit it if you don't death stance. If you do, that goes down to a 25. So, yeah, that's 50% less to hit the second momentum. So if you want to spend 1 to make me spend 1, or potentially gain 1 less, right, that's kind of what you would be doing.
Right. I think that is the thing
Sure.
I want to be doing with my life. Like I think I just want to keep you at less. I don't know. It feels equivalent. Maybe it feels equivalent, and I don't care. But I guess it also prevents the wrap for what? Like another push or some shit.
All
Uh,
she does is damage and dodges. So,
Damage and dodge. Yeah, okay, whatever. You can have it. I don't care.
okay. So 9 dice on a 3-1. Kerpow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's momentous 2 twice and a non-momentous 1. So 5 damage and 2 momentum. And 2 inches of dodge that I don't want to take. That's the cat.
All right. Um. So what happens if brisket? Is there any part of me that wants an edge of this fight now that I'm stacked a little bit better? Or is now the time that I go after the ball? Feel like feel like the fight is not good.
No. I could. There's an argument that you dip your toe in to get the ball of light off Minx, but
Yeah,
committing beyond that is definitely bad news bears, right?
right. So Brisket goes 8 on a jog, threading 9. That's not enough to do the thing. She could spend one more to go 10. Puts her there. That's effectively one less momentum. No, it's not. Yeah. Okay, great. Uh, she will spend one to sprint,
Mm-hmm.
and she will wind up one out of Minx
Looks good.
here, and then she will buy an. Oh, am I? I'm totally not even close. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Uh, I will buy an attack. So that's sprint. I didn't already pay for the sprint. I did
No,
not.
he had four.
Sprint
So
and attack, and then race this and race that. Okay, so then I am rolling
hold on. I gotta. Yeah, it's gonna be just 5 dice on a 5-1. Do I want to
because
count?
it's also Harry though, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. 6 dice on a 5-1. I forgot Harry got to back up. Okay. It's really funny if you miss, but the odds of you, let's say 6 dice on a 5-1, 32% to hit your tackle. So do I spend a momentum for 60% hilarity? Yeah, I'll counterattack.
I will bonus time. So I'm rolling 7 dice
Yep,
on
a
against
5-1,
5-1.
42% to hit your tackle.
We've done it.
You do it.
So I momentously tackle, and then I will dodge you. Where's So I can't dodge to not get attacked, right?
Correct, because I have 2-inch melee.
Right. So I should dodge such that I am uh further. Hold on a second. Where's my tap in here?
You probably don't want to leave 1 inch of me, because if you
Yeah,
leave and
because
I hit the
I want
tackle,
to you, which you're going to, right? So what I want to do is check to see how far I can go along my dodge path, but still be tapping into Grace.
sure.
So I believe I want to go to here.
Yeah, seems good. Okay, so I am rolling just 4 dice because of Harry on a 4-1, right?
Yep.
So it's a 30% chance to hit my tackle. If I bonus time, it becomes a straight 50-50. Okay. If I go down to 6, the most you can get back up to is 3, which still makes the high cards good enough. This is your last influence on the board. I have Egret left. So you're at 3, I'm at 6. Yeah, I will bonus time because I can.
Okay.
So 5 dice on a 4-1. Okay. With 3 hits, I don't think I do anything funny. If I take that ball, I'm at 3. What are your odds of doing 3 damage? Very bad. Very, very bad. Because you'd have to get the third column once. I guess you could bonus time one of those swings. Still only a 10%. Maybe I didn't think this all the way through.
You can not counterattack. Like it's obvious that you want the tackle and it's obvious that you want to take the ball. And if that's stupid, you should not be doing this.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yes. All right. Right, because
I
you still
still
have
think
your.
like I think that it's correct for you to
Or
be doing this, but if you don't, then I have like nothing has changed. I don't care.
yeah, I actually think you've only got 2 left, and you've already used your movement, right?
My advance is gone.
So I actually think there's an argument I dodge out. No, because you want to do the stupid pass anyways. Um, how bad is it if I die? Pretty bad.
It is very bad. It's very bad if you die.
Yeah,
I do not think that is likely to happen. But I think if Minx dies, this fight is looking a lot better for me.
it's bad news bears, definitely. Um, hmm. Nah, we'll just roll it back, and I'll take my momentum back, and you can continue along your way.
Okay. And you took the bonus time back as well? Right.
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. Uh, so then I want to pass to Harry. I don't think that's really possible. Is it possible? Harry would be, so that would be a three. Oh no, it's a tap into Grace. It's also a tap into Harry. Let's think about this.
So
So
on
Harry is,
Harry, you're going to be -3 dice because there are 3 models engaging Harry.
it's but that
Or
raises
no,
the TN.
that's the TN. Yes.
Yeah.
So you're going to need a 6, and you're going to be minus a dice for Minx. So 2 dice needing a 6.
Who dies for a six? All right, maybe not likely. Maybe that's not likely. All right. How about instead I pass the ball to Grace? That is a tap in. I am down a die, but Brisket has 3 of those, so I'd be rolling 2 dice looking for a
Yes.
3. Yeah, you know what? That sounds likely. That sounds like a thing I want to do with my life.
Yeah.
But before I do that, do I want to spend? So I could either I'm open it back or fight
You will
a
not
minx a
be
few
able to
times.
open it. I'm open it back because you have to spend for the pass, so you'll be on 1 influence.
Oh, so I should attack first no matter what. So let's attack first onto me. Right? Yeah.
If you just want momentum, hit the bear.
I can't hit the bear.
Oh,
Can I?
right.
I mean, I definitely want to hit the bear. Let's be real. I guess I can go fight Egret.
I mean, so you dodged this way, assuming I was going to counterattack. And so if we're
Yes.
rolling that back and you want to dodge so you could engage the bear once you know I'm not going to counterattack, that seems
Oh, yeah. In a world where
eminently
you're not
fair
counterattacking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it. Okay. Seems dope.
since
So
we're
I will.
rewriting history anyways.
Yeah. Uh, I will be here,
Yeah,
and I will fight. I will fight the bear for one.
cool.
Uh, Take that, the bear. So I am normally TAC 5. I am crowded by minks, but Harry is helping, so it's 5.
Yep, on 2-0.
That is 4 of them. I will take momentous 2 dodge.
Cool. Tough hide, so 1 damage.
And then the one will try to take me out of all of the places. And then I will make a pass to. Oh, no, no. I want to still be in Heraldora.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, then I will pass to Grace,
Yep,
which is a 2 die tap in because of Minx.
yep.
Uh, we did it. She has the ball. That's that. And then she will dodge to go to a place that Egret can't fight me effectively. That doesn't matter. You can definitely do that any way you want. So I will just get all up into Egret maximally. Get almost based. There we go. That's Brisket.
Cool. Yeah, so dodging into Egret is good because she was going to charge Harry for 1 and print more momentum and stuff. So that's annoying. All right, well, here we are. I am going to activate Egret.
Oh, hold on. Do I want to
Oh yeah,
heal anyone before I say go?
yeah.
Because I cannot possibly contest momentum. So I believe I want to heal Brisket.
Okay.
Okay.
So it puts her
Proceed.
on 1.
Yep.
Yep. Egret is going to place a trap. She is going to spend 1 and attack Brisket. Any response?
Nah.
Yeah,
Probably
it's
not.
I'll
Go
bonus
ahead.
time because I can. 5 dice into a 4-1. 2 hits. We will do the non-momentous 1 damage, which also adds poison. Puts you on 11. Uh, and then I get a back to the shadows dodge. Unless I want to advance first. Oh right, I get swift strikes too. Uh,
Yeah, dude, you can be anywhere. That's fine. Just put her at my goal. I get it.
so I'm gonna swift strikes to here. Outside of engagement, I'm going to walk. And then I'm gonna back to the shadows and just, I don't know, hang out there. That should be in range to shoot Harry next turn if I want. Alright, yeah, cool. That's Egret.
All right, is that it?
Yeah, that's the end of the turn.
All right, so poisony things happen to Brisket. Ugh, ugh. And nothing else lingering happens. Then Fangtooth finds a way, and Pride is no longer not proud. Okay. And I will play a card. Today's card is.
So I'm +6, so I can play anything. So we'll play this one.
Hold on a second. Wait. I might
Oh,
play.
I
You're
don't, you
plus.
can know. Yeah,
You're +6. So if I play.
there's no way I can lose. Uh,
I believe you, but like theoretically, if you played a 1 and I played a 7, that's a roll off. No. I win, right? There
uh,
is no 1 though. There's
there is no
twos.
1, yes.
Yeah, there is. Break Out the Knives is 1. So if you played Break
Is
Out the
it? Well,
Knives.
well, I already played Break Out the Knives this game,
Yeah.
so.
Right. Got it. Okay. I was just making sure
But
because I was like
yes,
+6. +6, it's not impossible. It's just very unlikely.
yeah, it's, spoiler
+7, it's a
alert, it's
straight guarantee.
impossible with the cards I had left.
Understood. Got it. I was
But
definitely
yes,
playing raw.
yeah,
I was definitely playing raw enthusiasm the whole time.
sure,
I was
yeah.
wondering if last turn I wanted to play raw enthusiasm or never say die because I wasn't sure if I wanted the momentum or to have the squatty come back.
Uh, yeah, I think Never Say Die was correct because my models were far enough away that I didn't see anything super profitable
Right,
from.
and I wanted the momentum to heal a bunch of dudes.
Exactly.
And now like having one person respawn. So like raw enthusiasm feels better on a turn when one model is going to die. Never say
Yep.
die feels better on a turn where multiple models are going to die, and I expected multiple models to die.
Yep. Yeah,
Uh,
that all checks out.
all right. So
So
then
all my dudes
I
healed too.
yep.
Reset that.
Then you get one momentum, or no, I get one momentum. I assume you're going first.
Yes, but I'll take free
On
momentum if you're just giving it out.
it grows on trees, and then fangers. Good lord, you're slow, bro. Oh my god, both these creatures are infinitesimal. All right. An irrelevant amount back on the board. Put you here, bruh. And then you, sir, get to go your amount of movement. Oh, actually, do you want to spawn here, mine friend? You might. You might. He does. I don't actually know if that's right or wrong. I feel like it's right. Oh, shit. Pride, no! Come back. Okay. All right.
Oh
Allocate away.
shoot! I meant to stand up Steeljaw and I forgot. Uh, that's a problem.
The fact that Steeljaw was still laying down was one of the reasons I cared about Harry living.
Yeah, no, it's just like an egret's turn there, right? When I was up 7, I was supposed to.
Oh, at that point, I try to steal the turn from you. I
Yeah,
think.
well, and I play a higher card.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, I had a plan worked out for it. I just forgot. That's okay. Life goes on. All right. Allocation, allocation. You're getting 2. You're getting a bunch. You're getting a bunch. 4, 8, 9, 10. Hmm. Okay, just give you like 1. Maybe not even. Maybe I go 5. It makes 3. That should be plenty. Go 6 on the captain. 11 and 1 on Chaska. Now we're going to do that. Okay, that's me.
Three, 7, 11, 14. Oh, I get another one because of. Oh, I should have been allocating 15 last turn instead of 14. I misallocated last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. And I will allocate another one to Brisket in that case. Unless Pride, do you have a jog that makes any difference whatsoever? No. Do I think you'll try to score a goal in this world where I want to cast Predatory Gaze? No. Go ahead.
Who's getting the put me back in?
Harry.
Cool.
Oh shit, Harry didn't get any. I have to fix that.
Sure.
Uh, do I? Is Harry just dead as hell? Uh, I don't think Bigot needs a fourth. Sure, man. There you go, Harry. You did it, bro. All right. Harry's got Uno.
Okay.
Does that do anything? Might not do anything at all.
Let him
Uh
sprint when he comes back if you care about that.
oh, because he keeps the influence.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Love it. I did want that.
Okay.
5 head play. Go ahead.
Okay, so Brisket's got 4, which is going to almost certainly let her do what she wants to do. I can be annoying about it, but uh, yeah, so Minx is going to go. She's going to put a trap there, and she's going to give Harry a poke. Any
Great.
response?
No.
Cool.
Because I assume
Oh, you cut out if you were saying something.
I'm fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So 5, 6, 7 dice into a 3-1 is 3 hits. Uh, yeah, we'll take the momentous. Does that actually do anything for me? Not really. We'll take the momentous marked for death. One. We will poke Harry again. 7 dice. 5 hits this time. We'll take the momentous 3 and a dodge.
Rising anger.
Yep. And then we'll give him one more poke. We'll take the momentous 2 for the takeout.
So I've never had this happen. Does he run back in right now?
Yep.
Okay. So he goes status, taken out, status, taken out. And then he gets to jog back on his 5, which will put him by Mr. T. Does that make sense?
No, she's gonna walk.
Okay.
And she is going to walk over here outside of one of Brisket with a 2. Okay, and that's Minx.
Okay. So if Spigot
Oh, that was stupid.
asks for the ball,
Oh,
you're
I'm gonna remember to play Blessing on Steeljaw.
very smart, very smart. Love it. All right. I think it might be Spigot time. We're gonna see how many dodges he would need to make this work. So this is gonna be 4 to here, and then he would pass the ball to her, and then that would put him here, and then he would get to run his 8 row. Do you even 8 though? Okay, what about 5, 8? Then he would get to shoot, maybe? That seems pretty good. Let's see if we can do that.
Cool.
All right. Spigot is going to ask Grace for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Grace is going to taparoo. She does it. Spigot gets the ball. Bam. Spigot is going to dodge his 4 to here. Spigot is going to spend 1 influence to pass the ball back to Grace or Brisket. Grace. Grace.
Yeah, I think the Brisket
Uh,
pass is gonna be much harder. So
yeah. I wanted it on Brisket, but I think it's way more likely to hit on Grace.
yes.
Then his 4 die tap in. We did it, and then we're gonna take that momentum, and we are going to dodge my boy. Wait, did I spend the momentum last time, or did I gain the momentum?
You've
I should
stayed
be
at
at.
neutral at 3, which is what
Okay,
should be happening.
I'm gonna stay neutral at 3 again.
Yep.
I thought I was at 2, not 3. How am I at 3? Oh, 1 for going
For
second
a
and 2 for
second.
mark.
Yep.
Yeah, rising anger. Got it. Okay. I just felt like I was cheating. Uh, and then he'll be there, and then now he is going to take his sprint because he can't get the ball just by doing that. Great. He will sprint to get the ball. And then, oh, after he gets the ball, he can be in a less ridiculous place. So let's see how far he has to go to actually get there. 6, no, 7. Yes, so he'll have 1 inch after that. So let's put our boy here and move him 1 inch, I guess, this away.
Yeah, why not?
Uh, and then he will shoot the ball for 1 momentum. Uh, actually, hold on. Yeah, I have to do this now, even though I think that you give the ball to Egret. Egret can't score from there, right?
Let's see. Sprint 8, shoot 8. 16 inch R. Nope.
Great. Okay. Uh, Lovely. I feel less stupid about this then. I've lost so many games when I finally found a way to score, and then it's like, oh wait, one activation, I die. Okay, so then Spigot will take the shot, and it is going to be 4 dice tap in. Phew, we did it.
All right.
That is the goal, and I will not run the length.
Okay. So the ball is going to go away from Brisket. Oh, oh,
Oh, should I have healed Brisket first? I can't possibly do that, right? Should I have healed Brisket first? No, I don't care. It is the children who are wrong.
ball's freaking out again a little bit. Fun.
Yeah.
Can I just rewind far enough where it stops freaking out? I can. Nope, I cannot.
Why? What is down there, ball? There's nothing there for you.
Yeah, I've tried to show the movement trail and it flips back there, so that's fun. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, something like that. Kick. And then actually back this up a little bit because I don't want. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Single scatter. Ball is over there. Okay.
I think in a world where I know that you're absolutely kicking it toward Egret, there's an argument that I should have run the length to get Spigot as far that direction as possible.
Yeah, probably. Just for legendary on Brisket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. I think it's gotta be Steeljaw has better odds than any friends to kill Brisket. So I go over there, you do that, I do this, and then double dodge though. I hate the double dodge. So maybe I don't. Maybe I trust, believe in the bear. Yeah, I'm gonna just have to believe in the damn bear. All right, the bear's gonna go. You need to spend momentum to stand up. He is going to spend 1 to charge Brisket. Any response?
I believe that I want to be def stancing here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Anything you
defensive
can do
stancing.
to put some additional odds. So he'll go there. Alright, so I am going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dice on a 5-1. I will bonus time this because I care a lot. So 13 dice into a 5-1. Cool. 2 hits. We will take the non-momentous push and get you through this trap, like there.
Great.
So 1 damage snare weak point. I will take my free attack into you. I'm going to be at 8 dice on a 3-0. I will
Lovely.
bonus time this up to 9 dice.
Yep.
8 hits. We will do Momentous 5 up to 6, and then the wrap will do Momentous 1 up to 2. So 7 damage. Oh, I said that wrong, but whatever. I can pick whatever number I want because I'm the bear. So I'm going to do 7 damage to you and get 2 momentum.
Yeah.
and then I will take my attack. I will not bonus time. 8 dice on a 3. Ooh, boy, that's a bad roll. Still gets there, no wrap, so 2 more momentum for the takeout.
Yep. I should have healed her, I guess. Is that what I'm hearing?
Uh, so if you were on 12 health, that first attack would have done. Let's go look at the dice log and see. I got 7 hits. So the first attack would have done 9 damage, and then the second attack that rolled real bad did 4 damage. So I mean, if you want her to live, you should have healed. But even with the way it rolled, you would have died. I did
Right.
exactly
So
12 damage.
yeah. So like, I want her to live, but like, if you put the bear into her, she's dead, right? So like,
It's very unlikely for her on 12 health with March for Death going to live. Yeah.
that works. All right. Um.
And I got my momentum for that, so that's the bear.
So then it's going to be Ray. Hmm.
Oh, that was so stupid. That would have been smart to do. Oh well, here we are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I believe. Shit. Well, let's say that it's Grace.
Okay.
Grace. If Grace passes to Fangtooth, Fangtooth passes to Harry, what does that actually do? It just doesn't really do anything. I can pass to Harry and have Harry be further ahead. Here he goes. Hmm. Grace will Talisman Quickfoot Fangtooth.
She's got the weird. I
I
think it's
think she.
6.
I don't actually ever check if she can do it or not.
No, she cannot from here.
Okay, great. So then instead she will pass to Fangtooth first. So that's just gonna be. Are you in range of me?
No.
Great. So if she passes to Fangtooth, that's just 3 dice looking for a 4. Let's see if it works. Nope.
Oh no.
Well, that kind of turns off the whole thing now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes. We're gonna send it around, look into Grace.
Oh,
Oh, we're both trying to do it. You do it.
okay, sure.
Christ. All right. Uh,
It does go over Fangtooth space, so he can grab it if you want.
oh, absolutely. Yes, we're
Yeah,
doing that. Okay. Uh, that cost her one of her influences.
correct.
Her next influence will be to Brent. So then she can move 6 after she moves through the trap. Is that true?
If you sprint, yeah.
So then that puts her. I think I want to be just as far as possible towards family and friends. So she has taken another damage, and some shit happens to her.
Snare bleed.
Near bleed. Uh, Not that. It's this. Oh my lord.
Oh, hold on. That snapped the real ball.
Is any amount of undos going to fix this?
Normally, but I guess not.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, I mean, it was like here, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Great.
Close enough for what we're doing.
All right. And then she is now also snared. And then she's going to talisman quick foot on Fangtooth, and then healing light the world with her last two influence.
Cool. Yeah, it catches all of them.
Proceed.
Yeah. So the thing I was disappointed in myself for not seeing and I could have done is so basically if I'd taken one influence off Steeljaw and put it on Chaska and then put a blessing on Chaska, he can just run over there and boombox someone off the pitch and then the game's over.
Oh,
Uh,
sure.
and so
Yeah,
threatening that would have been a smart. Like I know you have a bunch of slow people coming back on the pitch, and should have kept an eye out for that because that's a great way to just close out a game.
that is super smart.
But here we are, not being smart. Cat's gonna jog to there. Here we go.
All right. So theoretically, Pride could have countercharged that if he wasn't so stupid. Uh, if instead I want to go with. Oh, Grace, you probably didn't want to be right in Fangtooth's way, did you?
I mean, you've got ball shenanigans to.
To fix that, yeah. All right. Um. So let's take a look at what Pride's actually going to do with his life real quick. So if Pride goes, he can. What is your range, buddy? Can be maximally useful here. That does nothing. That does nothing, you stupid cat. All right, cat is blank. Cat is a dead activation. Love it. In that case, it is Fang Tooth's turn. Fang Tooth will flagellant to make Grace better. And then he will pass the ball to Harold
Mm-hmm.
the Hat for one. Is that true? Yeah, there's no way he's going to ground pound. So
Mm-hmm.
great. Pass the ball. That's 2 dice. Please, Fangers. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. So that means that Harry probably wants this dodge, unless I can make something happen here with a sprint and a thing. Mm, that's not awful. Um, Whatever. Doesn't do anything. I'm off it. Yeah, we're gonna undo that. I didn't clone him. There we go. I will have Harry the Hat dodge is 4 to here.
Cool.
Uh, he'll bring the ball, and then Fangtooth is going to sprint. And his sprint will take him. Oh wait, no. Harry wants to go toward the ball. There's nothing. There's nothing for him there. Uh, Harry, this way, bro. Uh, this way, free now to rise. And Fangtooth is going to sprint in the worst possible movement. He will go to, let's say, here, minus some movement.
Okay.
And then he will be Dunzo. Your turn.
Let's see. Prescott's gonna come back there. She's gonna jog to here, and then easily threaten like 9. Cool. Spigot just threatens 9 with no help, but I don't think he's getting help, so...
Spigot not dodging was gigantic mistake. He should have run the length for sure. But oh well.
So those are the danger bubbles. We'll give you 11 because of that fast ground. Alright, we'll solve that in a second. Chaska is going to go. He goes 5. He's going to stand here menacingly, make sure he doesn't trip countercharge. And he's just going to put a trap down. Right there. That's Chaska.
You fool! Pride! You could have done it! Pride is gonna move 5. And he will put up... Should I go with Harry now? No, I should go with Pride now. No, yes, yes, Pride. Pride's turn. Ranges. No. He'll definitely just be in the way. Fuck the lion. Harry goes now. Harry is going to go 5 inches to here. Harry is going to spend 1 influence to pass the ball to Fangtooth.
Cool.
Very important that you make this, Harold. This is very important. Good work, Harry. We get a momentum for that. Fangtooth is going to potbelly pass back to Harry the Hat.
Cool.
Fangtooth, bro. Love it. Really love what you're doing with the place. And fantastic, buddy. Remember when I told you that this Fangtooth just never ever potbelly pass? Like I've learned that 2 dice is not enough. Like it just can't ever hit. It's
Yeah.
the odds of it hitting are so low. So it's like people are like, oh man, Route 1's so unreliable. It's like, motherfucker, have you ever tried to potbelly pass? Like Route 1 happens. Potbelly pass. All right. So then it does go over Harry though, right?
Yeah, like it's an 88% chance for these to hit, so...
Oh yeah, no, that sounds like a lot, doesn't it? Doesn't it just sound like a whole bunch? Yeah, no. Awesome. Harry is happy with what is happening with his ball. He is going to keep it and be satisfied. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's freaking out again like the other ball was, so I'm trying to...
Yep. Yep.
Cool, whatever. It's got the fucking trail on it forever now. That's... Can I clone one? And that one? There we go. So that ball goes away. Alright, so Harry's sticking there.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Well, he's no, he hasn't done he did his move and his dodge, right? Yeah, there's nothing else he can do. Yeah.
Alright, so I can go 8 inches. No, none of that's good. It's all bad. It's all bad. Alright, Egret is just gonna walk 3, then have 5 more to go. Cool. Yeah, Egret's gonna walk there, pick up the ball, and drop a trap.
Can you drop a trap during your walk, like dropping a ball, or does it have to
No.
be during? Okay.
Yeah, it can't interrupt things. She's gotta...
That is what I thought.
All right, secret.
Okay. Uh, Lion is going to extend his businesses as much as he can, such that he's not useless chud.
Sure.
Uh, uh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Is killing Pride the way that you're going to win this? Did I just make a terrible mistake?
Oh wait. Yes. Uh, though I don't know if it was at all avoidable without running to the hills, but
Because of Legendary?
yeah, I can run legendary 5 traps around you, push them through them, and then you're going to be on 2 health
I can't
bleeding.
I can't countercharge to fix this problem.
Oh, right. Countercharge is the same range as bait, isn't it? So I think if I stand like here, I don't see a spot you could charge through all of this garbage.
Sure. So if I just don't move Pride up to suicide, can you kill any can you still do the thing?
I mean, if you put him anywhere in countercharge range, I think I have a spot where I can kill Pride.
Right, what I'm saying is I never thought about the fact that
Right.
like
Yeah.
so and the thing is or on my turn if I just rest him, does this undo the shit?
Resting him would definitely do it. Yeah.
Okay, great. I
Because
will
I
have
can
rested him
do
then.
8 damage trivially.
Okay. But you have to like actually encounter him to do the thing, right?
To do more
So
than 8. Yes.
I will just have rested him. Theoretically, I would not have. So I don't think I would have ever figured out to not put him in counter charge, but I
Yeah.
would have figured out to rest him.
Sure. Okay, so let's look at other options. If I go, what is that, like 2 inches, 2 more inches, and then I got 4 more inches. What if I just jog? That probably gets further. No, it definitely doesn't. Alright, let's just stepper myself. Oh wait, that's not gonna work great with Vassal being a jerk tonight. Alright, so 2 to there, 2 to there, 2 to there, 2 to there. Outside of 2.
Way to go, Spigot! I'm suddenly not regretting dodging you, which I've been regretting this whole time.
So that doesn't work. This is 8 over there, right? So that doesn't work. I guess he's still the most vulnerable thing you have, so it's probably worth going for it.
The lion.
No, Spigot. There's like if I had a better landing spot, I would go for the cat, but like I think the problem is I would have to go like 2, 4, 6, 8. So I could get to there, which is not, you could countercharge me and help me out, but I don't think you. I'm assuming you're smart enough to not countercharge Pride over here to his death.
I would absolutely countercharge because you have to rest to stand her up.
Yeah.
So I would countercharge going for the attempting to go for the knockdown.
Okay.
Unless that's stupid, but I think it's actually a worthwhile thing to try to do, because also that means that I can put Brisket on down here instead of there, and legendary her up, being closer on the pitch, I guess. Like,
Sure. So
so I
doing
don't
it
know.
it is. So if I don't get into cover, which I may or may not be able to, if I'm not in cover, I'll give you the best odds. It is a 50-50 for you to do it, and I can and totally will Death Stance, and then it is 14% for you to hit the knockdown.
Gross. Well, the double push also doesn't do anything, right?
No, because I would bait you. Well,
Right.
no, yeah. If you get to 1 inch and double push me, then it stops me at least. Yeah. So I guess that would work. The odds of the double push are 35%, so I might still go for that in a different world, but I don't think countercharging gets you anywhere, right? Her
If I
standing
don't,
here doesn't threaten the cat, right?
sure.
So you're just giving me dice to maybe kill the cat and win the game for very little benefit for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Or like if Chaska wasn't there, like if I had a better line to get to the cat, but I don't. So I think I'm
Right.
going to. But I really don't want to spend momentum. So I guess I don't. Do I just stand up and do nothing?
Love it. Love it.
What am I gonna do next turn? No. Alright, we're gonna spend the momentum, we're gonna stand up, we're gonna run to the spigot position. Okay. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage on you. Puts you on 5. Yeah. Okay. She's gonna place her personal trap. She's gonna use Blessing of the Sunfather to bait you, push you through 3 traps. We're gonna bring you an inch closer to myself, not in cover. So 1, 2, 3 damage, snare, bleed, weak point that won't matter, and then she's done.
Why can she not kill him? Oh, she 1 inch melee.
One
I
inch
was
melee.
like, he seems super fucking dead to me.
I wish he
Okay.
was, but
Okay. All right, that's the turn, yeah?
yep.
All right, who is poisoned, who is bleeding? Spijo! All right, he takes 3, and then everyone else is fine and dandy. Everyone's fine with life. Great.
Yep.
We are going to status. She's not taken out anymore, and she's going to respawn. Where is she
Uh,
going to respawn?
to play some cards first.
Oh yeah. Uh, you're 1 on me.
Yep.
This card.
Cool.
So we roll.
Yep. I'll push the button. I'm home. You're visiting. Hooray! I win initiative.
That sucks.
I
All
would like
right.
to go first.
I understand.
So I choose an enemy model, and they make a 2-inch dodge. Spigot is gonna come stand right there.
I mean, there's literally nothing I could do, right? Spigot's dead.
Yeah, Spigot's dead. I win
Okay.
because I'm just gonna pop
Uh,
legendary, bait you through it, take 5.
yeah.
We all go
Because
home.
if I got to go first, there was actually a non-trivial chance that I could do something.
So
I was probably gonna die, but
what
probably.
what is your turn 1 play if you got it?
I believe it is spawn brisket.
Yep.
Uh, jog her to uh as massively far as I can. Is this here? No, she's 6. So she's
Well, she's gonna
here.
start. a little further back, right? So technically, um, so part of your base has to be touching the board edge behind this white line, right? So if you
Yeah.
think about circle math, you can have 49% of your base in front of that line.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
So
it's hard to do on Vassal, but like roughly there.
got it. Uh, so wherever her farthest position out is that she can go,
Yep.
she's gonna do that.
Yep. And then she's going to go 6 towards Brisket and be there.
And then she does a sprint, which gives her 10 to go to there. And then she would,
In or out of the
uh,
trap?
let's say in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you'll stop the second you touch the trap, but that's pretty much right there anyways, so
Yeah.
cool.
And that way, the my jog would be toward her. And then how far away is she from anything? Uh, Massively too far from anything. Great. Uh, yeah, I think I have to jog to her and then try to attack. So I've spent one so far, right?
Well, you spent 1 to sprint and then 2 more to route 1 from here, right?
Right. So I've spent three,
So you
and
got
then
3
4 and
left.
5 are attacking her for tackle dodges.
Yep.
Uh,
Which gets
and
you to
then
like pretty much anywhere at that point, right? Which is it's like there, but I think that's still out of 8 of the goal.
well, the second one I get to be so I'm there after one tackle dodge, right? And the second tackle dodge puts me 1 inch out of there.
Oh yeah, okay. So let's actually. So you actually want to sprint to like just touching the fast ground, right? Because route 1
Right,
has to be directly towards.
right.
So route 1, if you hit it, and let's assume you do, because that's more fun. I mean, it's 75%, so that's not bad. So you're going to go to here, and then your first one is going to take you to here. This brisket, and then your second one is going to take you to there.
Which is still not good enough, right?
Correct.
My assumption was that it had to be good enough. That was the only thing I was planning on. Uh, Otherwise, in that case, it would be go with Spigot, uh, and run away, and then build the rest of the turn.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't think you had a line with brisket to get the goal. I mean, it's close because it's always close when you're playing against order, but
I assumed that it was possible based on the fact that I could hit. So if I could hit the double dodge the second time, but because of close control, I can't.
yes, close
But
control
like
is.
if I hit the double dodge, it's just there. But like her spawning, taking the ball off of someone in their deployment zone and scoring is just a thing that I do
Oh
routinely.
yeah, no yeah. Like
So
if it wasn't egret being egret, yeah, right. Because then the other worry too is after your first attack, if I get my counter attack, I have a double dodge on too, and so then
right,
if I hit that,
right.
there's a couple. You have to. There's a lot of dice
Uh
involved with the route
oh,
one counterattacks.
Coop, because of count out of position, I was going to dodge egret 2 in.
Oh sure, okay. I guess you'd probably instead of dodging 2 in, you kind of want to dodge her like towards the goal. I think because you're
That's
still
what
going
I'm
to have
saying.
to
Two
route 1.
two in toward two in toward the goal. Right,
Yeah, and
exactly.
then you go
I make her go
here.
toward the goal. I go there. I dodge
Yeah.
2 from there,
Okay. So yeah,
which
you have
which
that
actually does it.
distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So I just have to actually make the goal and the route 1. But like none of that is preposterous math. It's all very doable.
yeah. Let's roll it out and see what happens because that's fun.
Okay.
So you sprint to there. First thing is the route 1.
So that's 2 dice against egrets
4.
4s.
Yep.
Got it.
Hit it. So you're here.
Then I buy an attack, which is my 5 dice against your
4-1. And I'm
or
going to
1.
counterattack the first one. Or actually, I'm going to counterattack the second one because there's no point.
So this one I take tackle dodge,
Yep.
momentous, which momentously tackle dodges me 1 away.
Yep.
And then the second attack, you're gonna counterattack.
Yep.
and I'm maximally at one range from you.
Well,
Uh,
let's see if yeah, because I don't know if you can get maximally at one while still heading towards the goal is the problem. But you can go like that, and so then if you hit, so I guess I actually do need to counterattack the first one. Yeah, because you're never gonna, you just don't need to be base to base is all you care about. And then
right.
this one should still be within. You could, yeah, as long as you're not base to base, your 1 inch dodge is plenty, which gets you there. So I'm actually going to counter the first one. So this is my counterattack. It is 4 dice on a 4-1. Nothing for me. All right.
So then I bonus time this attack
Yeah.
uh, for 6 against the 4-1. I do take the momentous tackle dodge there, and then I dodge. I use the last influence to shoot the goal. Momentum for 3 kick. I need a 3. We did it.
2 dice though, because you're engaged.
2 dice. I need a 3. I did it.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Man, one of these days you'll miss a tackle on Egret.
One of these days I'll connect the fucking pass with Fangtooth, man.
I mean, yeah, that too.
It's yeah. So, but the roll off for who goes first, because I played caught out, was what decided the game,
From that
which
point,
is
yeah.
which is pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I felt way further behind than I was, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things, and you're new to the game, and so it makes sense, right? But like, playing hunters and specifically Steeljaw not on a clock is a nightmare. My one of my major win conditions is getting a couple clock points to get the last 2 to 3 that I need to win the game, right? She is
Oh, interesting. Right.
she's very
Because the thing
slow
is,
and attrition-y,
yeah,
but
and you've worn down the neural pathways, right? Like
yes, exactly.
this grindy thinking was super grindy for you the same way it was grindy for me, but you have done most of this thinking already, so you just get to advance the clock faster and have me clock out.
Yep,
Okay.
because like this was a what 3-ish hour game,
Closer to 4,
closer to
actually, I
four.
think, right?
Yeah.
Like we started it was like three
Oh
and a
yeah,
half at least.
we're at
Yeah.
4.5 hours right now on the stream. So yeah,
You know, a reasonable length. I'm sure that there are still spectators. Alex Bots is going to watch every minute of this stream and he's going to
yeah,
enjoy it.
absolutely.
He's going to give me in-depth feedback about the whole thing. No, man, I don't know. I really enjoyed this game. This
Oh
was a
yeah,
lot of fun.
I mean, it's a
Uh,
good example of how this matchup tends to play out, right? There's obviously some weirdness that happened in a couple different, back and forth, right? Some weird dice stuff happened, but
that's always going to happen, though, right?
generally, yeah,
Yeah,
this is kind of what it feels like. Is that like the first goal I'm never going to stop, and that's fine. The second goal I'm going to try hard to stop, but it probably goes in, and then have I won before the third goal? And
right,
generally, I can rack up enough points playing patiently, getting bleeds into clock points that I will win. Order takes a lot more time on the clock to play than Steeljaw. Even if we've both practiced a lot, I think Steeljaw is simpler on the clock than most things.
yeah. And I also think that like uh, that scatter was fucking terrible. Like you missing that like 9 die attack effectively
Mm-hmm.
on I don't remember who it was, but you rolled like 3 successes on 13 dice or something stupid.
Yeah.
Uh, that was outlier math bad for you, and then the scatter that went behind the goal in actual another dimension was terrible for me.
Yeah, well, it's really funny with the way that Grace goal run worked out because her odds to actually get the ball off Egret are like right around 10%. And if you fail to get it off of her, the ball's in a better place than if you do get it off of her, but then
Right,
miss the goal.
right, exactly. Like please actually still have the ball on a model that is not in Timbuktu, right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
So it's just funny the way it broke for you in what looked like a helpful way, and then it being the exact opposite of a helpful way.
right. I also don't remember anything about that goal run in terms of whether or not I could have saved a bonus time for the actual shot or not, but oh well.
Yeah, I don't remember. You have to check the
Uh,
tapes.
in any case, this was super dope. It was 4.5 hours. I really enjoyed hanging out with you. I could continue talking for a while, but I assume you want the rest of your evening, and I should probably acknowledge that I have a girlfriend. So
Yeah.
I will see you later.
Yeah, definitely. I do. Yeah, at some point I want to talk more about this and kind of about some hunters lineups. I have specific details that I disagree with Alex on, but we can get to
Do
that some
you
other
do you
time.
want to talk about this now, or do you want to find a different time to talk about this?
Um, yeah, let's talk at least a little bit now, right? Why not?
Okay, great. So this was me acknowledging that I've totally taken away your entire evening.
Whatever.
I'm down to talk forever. I have a
Sure.
problem. But yeah, the moment you want to go, please free yourself
Sure. Yeah.
for my clutches.
Um. So yeah, I think this is overall probably my favorite Hunter 6 to play, right? I like options when I don't have to play Egret, but in 90% of matchups, I end up having to play Egret to hold the ball, right?
You
I think
have
it's
to,
more
right? Sure.
fun when you can bring a Matagi or a Jakar, but oh well. She's the tax you have to play to do all the other fun stuff, right? Um, I think the mascot is fairly is so you should know how to play both mascots and know how to play both mascots well. I think the dog will make or break. There's a couple matchups like Cooks. I do not think you can beat Cooks unless you play the dog and play the dog well.
And what you mean by that is effectively you're giving your models pseudo unpredictable movement. Like you're giving them like when you hurt me, you can't keep hurting me
Yep,
because I get to go toward the dog.
yep,
Okay.
yeah. That pack mentality aura just is make or break for certain for guild because like where hunters run into a lot of problems, especially Steeljaw, is teams that go very fast and hit hard, right? If they can cross the
Right.
distance, even through the traps, and then blow up your models because everything you play is squishy, you're going to have a bad time. And so pack mentality is what you want to play and snow anytime someone's trying to fight you, basically. Because setting up that will just sometimes blow someone out, right? It's almost sometimes it's like as good as counter charge, especially when people forget about it, right? And it's just like, okay, you made your one attack, you do 2 damage,
Snow's
I'm
going to
now
go
out.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so playing around that, like if I was to try to fight Snow and I get like let's say a damage push result, I would apply the damage first, then you would immediately Snow, and then I would play the push, or is that not
yeah,
how that works? Okay.
yep. No, combined results are good. Knocking stuff down turns it off. There's definitely ways around it, right? It is not game breaking, but it is hugely important to a couple matchups that it's worth getting practice for. And like I play Snow probably more often than I strictly necessary, just to make sure I stay sharp with that. Because like Fahad's good. He's just like I'm gonna chunk in some damage sometimes, and that's great, right? Like I have no issues with Fahad, but uh, there's no matchup that requires Fahad the same way I think that Snow is required.
Gotcha. And so that's basically uh butchers, cooks, uh maybe brewers, uh like falconers end list.
Yeah, it's definitely so. Butchers, cooks, and falconers are the ones you like it the most, and then basically anytime someone's trying to fight you, snow is good, right? Not required, but if they want to fight, bringing
Got
snow
it.
is good, right?
Okay. Yep.
If they have armor, like feral instincts on bear is basically tooled up, right? If he goes one column higher, he gets one more damage. So being able to have a mascot that can tool up the bear, as long as your opponent has armor, feels pretty good.
Right.
So and I think what was I going to say? So, and I know. Let's talk about Skatha because I have complicated feelings about Skatha. Um, let's see. I want to talk about. I'm just pull out a list here of what I want to talk about. Oh yeah, I want to talk about Hearn. I want to talk about Skatha. I mean, Jakar is good. We talked about Jakar. Chaska is incredible, and nobody plays him, and I don't understand why. And then everything else is there. Like Edge is fine. Yeah, I think Alex covered that pretty well. And yeah, Matagi. Yeah. Okay. So Scatha, I think, is a very good and both under and overrated captain. Um, some of my thoughts and feelings about her are kind of colored by when start of season 4 she became what she is now, right? Because she was incredibly strong. We didn't have Steeljaw for one thing, but also she was much better than she is now, specifically because the team around her was better. And the important things there was the Bearer did more damage and Chaska did more damage. And so you could play this game of Skatha, either mascot, and then Minx Cena and Chaska, right?
Hmm.
And what was cool about that team is that you basically just got to play both ends of the game, right? When Cena and Chaska were stupid the way they used to be, these three models could beat most other fighting teams, or at least hold their own long enough for you to get goals around them, right? It was
Hmm.
kind of absurd how good they were at fighting with your captain barely supporting and just doing her own thing, right? Um, and so that version I really liked, and then very sensibly they nerfed that, right? They took some damage away from Chaska, and they took a little bit of damage and the bleed away from the bear, because the bear used to
Right.
bleed on everything, which was just
Yeah, which was
stupid. Yeah, it
ridiculous.
was not
Yeah.
okay, right? Like, I'm not complaining about that nerf, but I think, so now it's just kind of a tighter rope to walk to be able to keep up goal pressure while having these guys fight, because they don't fight quite as well as they used to, right? Um, that said, I do think Scatha is far and away the best second captain. Right? I don't think Theron is very good at all. I think what he used to do, the game has now entirely left in the dust. And there was a very, very brief window where I liked playing him into specifically Alchemist when Soma was broken, but they fixed that, so now you can just play Scatha, right? And so I think um, the general game plan of Scatha is still very good, right? You just have to watch out for. It's one of those things that's going to feel really good in like mid-table games, but as people start figuring out how to stop Scatha, it starts becoming more difficult, right? And so a lot of that is down to how an opponent plays. I mean, there's some models that just blow her out, right? Like Roast is a monster for Scatha to deal with, right? If they have resilience and a good counterattack, there's not a lot Scatha can do to stop that, right? Because she's almost always operating on her lonesome, um,
Right.
which
She's off just like lollygagging on these goal runs while the rest of her team does hunter things.
yeah, and like she has cold snap, which can get rid of it, but she's generally trying to sprint 11 inches to get to you, and cold snap is only range 6, right, and is an AoE, so it's range 9, but she can't usually do that in a way to get rid of resilience on her way in, so she needs help doing that if they have the right model. Additionally, her favorite time to shine is when there's like a bunch of models to bounce off of, and where she can struggle is if they're just like random model X, Grace, you're gonna
Yeah,
stand
dude.
over
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Mash or Grace have the ball downtown. Let's go.
Just any model. Her ability to bounce off of a single model is okay, but it's worse than most of the other captain strikers, right? Like, she can get here, she can do the tackle, and if she's got legendary and blessing, she can go tackle quad dodge, which is an absurd result, right? Like, tackle 4 inches of dodge is absurd, but she feels the 6 die kick or the 6 inch kick, right?
Right.
Most of the other striker captains get 8s. She has a 6, and the distance of a kick is way more important than the number of dice you roll, right?
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. Yeah. Lane can be a fucking 10-8 kick or whatever. Who cares, right? Like
yeah,
it.
and so that's where you have to then shift gears into playing her as a supporting model that makes your team faster, that throws out a cold snap, that snowballs to kind of reshape the fight a little bit, which I think is still fine to good, but it's worse than what Steeljaw would do in that situation, right? Obviously, if you're not getting goals with Scatha, you're going to be worse off than if you just had played Steeljaw. And so,
Minus the fact that the area denial, if they're good and they're playing around Scatha in terms of the goal run, they also have to play around Cena having a walk of completely insane, a walk of 9 with a 2-inch melee.
mhm. And so, I don't, I part of my evaluation of a lot of this stuff is as a player, I hate having awful matchups, right? I would
Right.
always take, if I could just pick a list that had a 45% or better into everything in the field, I would take
Yeah.
that in a heartbeat, right?
Yep. And the thing is, like, that is the magic player's dream as well, right? Like,
Right.
you always want to
And then you
have
just play
you want to
good.
have game, right?
And so I think Steeljaw, the way she is designed, never has a bad time, right? She has varying degrees of good. There's definitely some stuff she doesn't like to see, like Corsair is a huge pain, Scalpel is a huge pain. Well, a very well played Scalpel is a huge pain, and an average Mortician's player is a cakewalk. which we should have a different conversation about Mort sometime because so in my meta here in specifically Sacramento, there's myself and one other guy, Eric Brown, who is probably the best miniatures tabletop game player I've ever encountered. He was on the Pro Tour in Magic for multiple years. He played War Machine and would top 8 at Lock and Load regularly. He didn't make a name in Guild Ball, mostly because he was either broke or working 2 jobs and just couldn't travel. But the dude is insanely good, and most of the reason I'm any good is because of him. And
Sure.
then
What's his name?
Eric Brown.
Okay.
It was a long time ago when he was on the Pro Tour.
Well,
But
I'm just like the West Coast Magic, Like I want to just see if I know these people.
sure, yeah, yeah. I mean, you very well might. But that was
Unlikely, but we'll find out.
yeah. And then we have a lot of other good players, but any of I don't remember the last event either he or I didn't win of a local event, right?
Sure.
There's definitely a gap there, and he basically only plays morticians. And so when Alex was talking to you about there's this idea of like, oh, if there's a theoretical scalpel player who plays perfectly, always knows what to do, doesn't make mistakes, they're unbeatable. I think he's definitely the best morticians player I've ever met, right? And he can do the things that make Scalpel terrifying. And so I'm not him, but if you're interested in morticians, I'm happy to have a conversation about that as well and try to telephone game impart some wisdom on that front because that's the only other thing I would call myself an expert in.
Yeah, definitely interested.
Yeah.
I feel like it will be harder for me to pick up. So the I don't know how much of my backstory but like I avoided miniatures games like the plague for quite some time,
Mm-hmm.
because I couldn't paint models and didn't care, and they were expensive. I
Yeah.
played BattleTech as my gateway game back
Oh,
in the
sure.
day, but that was hex based, and it was like way different. Like
Yeah.
it's not really about positionality as much as it is about like team composition and
Mm-hmm.
movement.
Yep.
And then I only recently got into miniatures games, like ever. Like it
Mm-hmm.
was September when I painted my first model. And I played some, and they're all bad, and Guild Ball is the best. And so because of that, I don't really understand like all of what I'm doing in this game to be any good is just being a card game player at this game.
Yeah.
So I don't like it's translating okay, but
Mm-hmm.
like I think that morticians are way more board oriented. Like it's all about board control and zone control and like the shit of like the part of RTSs that I'm bad at, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So I would like to learn how to make that work.
The biggest thing with both, I think, good. The biggest thing I think that like Morts and Hunters have in common, and the best way to get good at them is just knowing how to be patient and how to play lame, right? It's the most important thing, like with Scalpel and with this list, right, is just only interacting when you're definitely sure it's the right thing to do and there's not going to be a lot of reprisal for it, and then being willing to just back up. It's really funny. Most miniature gamers hate walking backwards, right? A lot of that, I mean, there's two factors in my mind that cause this. One is because, they want to do stuff, right? They want to
Right,
see the armies clash. They want to see models interact. They kind of understand there's an obligation to go forward because that's where the game is, right?
right,
And then also, not Guild Ball specifically, but a lot of miniatures games have scenarios that force you to the center, right? Zones to hold.
like here's the objectives, right?
Yeah,
Like yeah,
here's the hill to be the king of, et cetera, et cetera. And so um, people just have this habit of always going forward. And both good morticians, good hunters, it's just about knowing when to just back up, right? And just be like, no, I don't want this, right? And you can see it in this game. There's a couple key times, right, where like the bear decided to just walk backwards to pick up Grace for free, right? He
right,
could have gone further and tried to go big, but I don't need to go big, right?
right.
I'm
And like even though all I want is to be up where the ball is, like I had to retreat back to my half of the pitch to heal up and not just hemorrhage points,
Yeah,
right?
and so I think that since you've already been able to grok that, you're gonna be at a advantage just because you don't have that ingrained knowledge of a lot of other miniature games that force you forward, right? And so I
Sure.
think you
I
might
haven't
be
had a
better
chance
off
to
than
learn a
you
bunch of
think.
bad habits.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Yeah.
But anyway, so we'll come back to Mort's a different time. But I do want to talk about Mort's at some point. So I was building to the point with Skate. So yeah, Steeljaw doesn't have basically any bad matchups besides a corner case, and you can play your way out of them for the most part. Skatha, I like having in the roster because she does sometimes just slam dunk games, right? There are definitely matchups and players who aren't prepared for her, and you just get to run them over and win quickly and save yourself some time, right?
What does a slam dunk skate game look like? Because I've never seen it happen. Like I believe that it's possible, but like, is it like you kill two models, she jams a goal, and then when they kick it back, they get a goal, and you immediately put the third one in? Like
Yeah,
what?
so usually I play Skatha when I'm kicking. I will
Okay.
have Skatha kick off. They will receive the ball somewhere and put it on someone, and then I'm going to go try to immediately get that one in and slam it home.
How often does that work out?
Um, so it's been a little while since I played a Skatha game because I've been jamming. When I was playing a lot, it was almost entirely Steeljaw, just to
Yeah.
learn that, right? But it's harder than you might expect to stop. And also, a lot of people are kind of okay with that trade because they're just going to jail Skatha, right? And I'm okay with that, and they're okay with that. And so it's not like I'm starting up for nothing, right? I am starting up for two with them getting a bunch of momentum.
I was gonna
Uh,
say 4-2, and they win the momentum trade, right?
right, yeah. There are ways to potentially screw with that, right? So Zarola used to be a dumb model. Um, her power of voodoo, where a friendly model once per game can make a jog, used to
Yeah, they used to
be
be second wind. Yeah.
yeah.
Or
Uh,
yeah.
and so she could just walk up and Skatha walks jogs 7 inches back out of there, and then she's safe. And so that was part of what made the old list absurd was old Zarola, right? That used to be the fourth model you would play in here. You still can play Zarola, and I think it's worth at least thinking about her, right? She has unique options that no one else in Hunters has, which is worth a consideration, right? Being able to give Skatha a free jog is potentially great, right? 7 or 9 inches if the fast ground's there is a lot of distance for Skatha to go outside of her own activation. It's a reasonable tool for the second goal, right? Where Skatha goes in, gets the goal, dies, turn 3, comes back. Zarola can move, she walks back on 7, Zarola moves her 7, and then she's in a great place to position the rest of the pitch as long as she's not in danger of dying. Um, Unpredictable is a very good rule to have, right? She's only 1 inch melee, but still, I think in this matchup, I would have liked to have Zarola if I could find room, just because a lot of your models struggle with unpredictable.
Yep.
Um, there's also shenanigans that should not be ignored with linked with the cat. If they if the cat can get towards the middle of the pitch or a little further forward, right? If she goes, being able to pass to the cat, dodge the cat forward, link to the cat runs at the goal and goes for a tap in, will catch people by surprise and sometimes win you a game. So, but largely the skate of the game, if we're talking about the slam dunk, is she kicks off, they put the ball somewhere, she grabs the ball. It doesn't even have to be second activation, right? It's at any point, as soon as they put the ball someplace juicy, Skater goes, gets it, scores, tries to back up into cover or something, right? And
Okay.
then the advantage of doing this is that they are almost certainly going to spend their time dealing with Skaza, which means the rest of your board gets to set up the line of engagement, right? So if Skaza kicks from here and then ends up here, their whole team's going to pile around her, which means Minx and the Bear and Chaska and either I think Edge or Matagi are probably my favorites for the last slot, all get to just walk forward with impunity, right? And so then
Right.
you're forcing the fight on their half of the pitch, which makes, if they try to snap back goals, pretty hard. And then when Skata does come back, the ball is over there somewhere, right? And so it increases your odds to get that second goal, or you just get 4 kills, right? I think
Sure.
both are very valid ways and very reasonable ways to make that happen. Um, that's the ideal case, right? Obviously, no plan survives contact with an enemy. There's
Right.
lots of ways they can stop this, but
I still want to know just like what the in the dark, what is the idealized situation, because I didn't really know it. Like
yeah,
uh the kickoff goal makes sense to me because the part that I could not have intuited was now that they are jailing her, I get to spend a bunch of time while they get to go first on the next turn. It doesn't matter to me because it's everything that I've already wanted to do. I've done. Like you effectively get to go super first because all of your first turn are the activations you would have taken first on the second turn.
Yeah, and you're going to have a bunker set up with some traps in front of it that, like,
Right.
please do come approach me, right? Use your
Right.
first activation to come closer to the bear, I beg of you.
And then uh uh so you picked Chaska in this match. If you didn't, is Jakar the next one that you take, or is Jakar in the egret slot, or like who was close to getting picked? I can't remember from the start of this game.
Sure, yeah, so for order,
Yeah,
so
or
the
just
ones in the running was so if we don't take Chaska, so I'm always going to take Egret here, just because the close
right.
control is one of
You
the
have
only
to.
things to stop your madness.
Right,
I'm going to take the cat just because sometimes putting the ball on him is the best place for the ball, and otherwise it's some more damage and you're not trying to fight. And then Minx and Bear. So I think Chaska is totally valid. I think Matagi is a good and interesting option, right? The Harrier is nice. The bleed on his attacks is pretty reasonable. Matagi with a trap is way better than Matagi without a trap.
yeah,
And his ability to tackle from range is actually pretty helpful sometimes, right? He's a good model at. It's like, oh, I can see you setting up to do some ball of light shenanigans. I'm just going to shoot you, take that ball of light, punt it somewhere.
right,
And so he gives me more ball control at the cost of damage, which pros and cons, right? If I
right.
have only recently has Matagi been not the worst model in the entire faction, basically. So I don't
Yeah, yeah,
have
yeah. The old one was super bad. I
yeah.
get it.
So I don't have the reps, and like I mentioned at the beginning, my number one thing is playing models I'm familiar with over tech picks, right? Um, there's just so many micro decisions and nuances to playing this game
Right,
that finding a 6 or 7 or 8 models
that
that
you're
you're
good
just going
with.
to jam, uh, I think pays off more dividends than trying to be good at all 13, 14. And maybe somebody with a bigger brain than me can figure that out, but
Right, and it also it keeps you for rematches and for playing against people who are good. It puts them on their toes and makes you more flexible. But I still think that like I mean I need to not die to the clock.
right.
Uh,
And that's like I
bef-
mentioned, right? Clock is a major win condition for the way I play hunters. And so having the familiarity means I'm always up on, just extra clock on there, which is more important to my game plan than a lot of other factions.
awesome, 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 awesome.
The last, so I want to talk about Hearn because there's a lot of opinions on Hearn. I
Sure.
have very strong opinions on Hearn that I don't think are shared by just about anyone else. But I think he is largely garbage. I
Which
think
Hearn? Both Hearns?
so. Both Hearns, O'Hearn's definitely worse, right? He's cute with Theron, but I don't think Theron's very great. And even then, I think there are better models you could be playing in Theron than O'Hearn, anyways. Vet Hearn, if I had to, gun to my head, play a Hearn, I would play Vet Hearn. But I'm not, I don't know, a lot of people are in love with him, and he is flashy and sometimes gets the coolest possible turns, right? Um, he goes fast, he can teleport, both of which are super cool and useful, and things I do like about him, right? I like the
Hmm.
mobility, I like the speed. The best thing he has is the knockdown on two, right?
Yeah. Like
Hunters,
that's why like his playbook looks so good to me. And that's why I think he's that and the fact that he gets to like last light and on the turns when you had like 8 momentum, last light would have let you cast, boombox
mhm.
for somewhat trivial. But also like most of his playbook is excellent and momentous. I feel like the splashy stuff he does is cool, but
Mhm.
I like the fact that he's reach with a dope ass book.
So, yeah, I want to check both of those, right? So I think the book is very okay. And I
Okay.
think because he's trying to do one too many things with the way his book is laid out, right? Um, the first column is fine, right? Momentous push or non-momentous one damage is, it's Chaska's book. It's no complaints. Obviously, momentous damage would be better, but totally fine, right?
Whatever, we'll take it. Right.
Second column, momentous knockdown on 2 is great. Momentous tackle on 2 is extremely okay, right?
But the thing is, the first four as a whole are just money. Like, if you unlock two columns, you get all the things, right? Like,
Yeah.
what option is not in those first two columns?
So right. So this is where I think he's trying to do too many things at once, right? Because I would
Okay,
love
sure.
to have either a momentous 2 damage or a momentous double push instead of one of those 4 results, right? If you look at
And I get that, but I think that makes him completely nuts. And I also think that like this version of him means that you get to pick him, or like let's say that you're trying to milk out a draft and
Mhm.
you don't know what they're gonna do. You pick this guy because he's not bad into anything.
So sure, the Hunter's draft kind of does that on its own, right?
Yeah,
Your 5 models are basically locked. I don't remember the last time, besides trying to not play Egret but just play Egret, these 5 models are kind of locked. So draft protection isn't really a concern in my mind.
sure.
And so part of why he suffers ultimately, in my mind, is because he's just a little too generalist in a list that has better generalists. And I want that last slot to do something specialized. And generally, I'm looking for more damage.
Like he's
Um,
the best possible seventh player.
Absolutely. Yeah, like if you could, if Vet Minx ever isn't the dumbest model, he starts getting more interesting, right? But like,
Right.
as far as setting up models, obviously I would love if Vet Minx had a knockdown, but that's never going to happen. But otherwise, I would rather have Vet Minx's Marked for Death and Blessing over his knockdown and Last Light, right? I
Yeah.
think Last Light is often bad or should just be ignored. I mean, it's free, so you put it up there, but there's a lot of turns where hunters don't have a lot of momentum, right? There's the one turn in this game where I had 8 and it would have been great. Most of the time, if I have 8 momentum, I'm already winning and this becomes a win more, right?
Right.
In a close game, it's usually just I'm spending so much influence on character plays and guns that aren't getting the momentum that I just don't have spare momentum to hand out, right?
Right.
Um, And so I think Last Light is a thing that reads better than as you play more games. I mean, you said it yourself in your last game. You didn't really find a time to use it very often. And I think
Right.
the more games you play, the more that will be the common experience with him.
Okay.
The other thing that I think is worth mentioning about him is that he's kind of, I think he's like designed to fit better in a different faction in that so like there's a class of model in this game where it's just like I want a model with reach and pushes and a knockdown, right? Like the way Harry the Hat is great at structuring a fight in the way you want it, right? Pushes people around, knocks stuff down, grid setup model. Um, Hearn's pretty good at that, but he ends up clumping you up more than hunters really want to be clumped up, right? I think by and large, hunters want to pick off a model along the edge, drag something, get something close and snipe that one. And Hearn's best stuff doesn't really help with that play pattern, right? He
Nah,
helps
he
where,
wants to he wants to set up gang ups and crowd outs and
right,
jump around and knock down. Right.
and
He's
he's
looking for a scrum, and you're not trying to scrum.
right, and he can very easily. And so this is very specifically why I don't like Hearns. He is very easy to turn into a liability because he has the worst defensive stats, right? 3-1 is not good, and he wants to be up in there, right? Chaska is also a 3-1, which is one
But
of
he
his.
but he wants to be downtown. Chaska doesn't want to be in the thick of it like
Exactly.
Hearn does. Yeah, that makes
Yes.
sense.
Yep. He can push people away and has better pushes on his book as well to shape the fight and keep himself safe that way. And so, and I think, I don't think Hearn is necessarily always a liability, but to talk about Eric Brown and his favorite way of beating me, he is a big proponent, and I agree with him, of playing. He's played Union and he has played Morticians. Having a model like a Gutter or a Ghast that have AoE attacks is one of the best tools to have in your pocket to win games or as a comeback mechanism, right?
Okay.
There's very few things that can swing a game around in the other direction faster than a gutter or a ghast who gets to walk up and do a bunch of unmaskings, right? That's
Sure.
just so much damage
Like
on a bunch of
I
different
was
targets.
I was very behind, and Fangtooth's ground pound in that turn kind of got me back into a slightly losing position rather than a completely losing position.
Right. And imagine a world where like it's not unlikely with like if Harry knocks down and singles out Vet Hearn, that Fangtooth can walk up and just hit his ground pound 3 times.
Right.
And then I'm in deep shit, right? Like that
Right.
is a total disaster. And I think Hearn's play pattern of wanting to be up in there and having bad defensive stats and not a great counterattack, like it's fine, but most hunters can do equal or better, right? They're kind of a faction of pretty good to great counterattacks across the board, and mostly just suffer from being 1 inch melee. So he's just and he falls apart as soon as he gets knocked down, right? He just doesn't have any defense against knockdown. So if he gets up in the scrum, Harry's just going to walk over, bop him with the pipe. He's on the floor, bop him with a singled out, bop him with a push, and then cool, you have a momentum farm. Have fun with that.
Right.
Um, there is, I've seen reasonably good play with him as a striker, right? Being able to sprint a stupid distance with Winter's Blessing and stuff, throw a spear to teleport, kick the ball, or as a ball retrieval piece, I think he's totally okay, right? Sprinting, tackling, kicking it back, like that's all fine. But again, I don't think he can stand as a like dedicated great striker because of the low influence cap, right? The two
Right.
three really hampers what he's able to do there, and so I think I haven't seen a list where you couldn't have replaced him with someone more specialized for the problem at hand, especially now that Matagi is good and Chaska, right? Like if you want someone to be able to help you get to the ball back, you could do Hearn's teleport where he has to commit himself, or you can just have Matagi far strike them, right? And I think in
Right.
almost all cases, I'd rather just have Matagi there to walk up, tackle, and then 8 inch kick the ball over to Scathe or whoever, right? So if you want, and then he has better, Matagi does better damage than Hearn as well. And then if you just care about fighting and pushes, you can play Chaska. The thing I hate most about Chaska is his knockdowns on 4, which means he often needs a little bit of help to get there. But he's also, I think, with a blessing in especially in Steeljaw where the traps are insane. If he has a blessing, he's the second highest dealing damage dealer. I guess he kind of competes with Chaska, but if he can start rapping, it just gets absurd, right? And then a boombox on top. It's very hard to. If they're weakened, and they're going to be weakened by the time they cross the pitch, Chaska's one of the best at just walk up, bop, 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 boombox, you're dead. And I
Hmm.
think I highly value that because in a lot of matchups, how you lose is when someone gets to commit to your side of the board and you don't just pick them up and remove them, right? An ideal Steeljaw game is every time they commit a piece, one of your dudes eats it, and then we're back to square one. And Hearn doesn't really help with that. And I think so. I don't like him here, and I think in Scathe, you have better options if you want more goals, and you have better options if you want more damage. But again, I should say that I know a lot of the current discourse around him, and a lot of good players like playing Vet Hearn, right? So,
Sure, yeah. No, but the thing is I'm only playing devil's advocate so I can see all
mm,
of the reasons for and against. But like
absolutely.
everything you're saying makes a ton of sense to me. I think that the thing that is sticking with me the most is the argument of in a list where 5 of 6 are locked and the sixth is me trying to figure out what I want to specialize in, picking the anti-specialist is probably not the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh that does make a lot of sense. Like part of the reason I picked him was I just looked at all that he could do, and it was like, yep, I don't know what I'm doing, but he can do anything that I decide I want him to do. He'll
Yeah.
just do it worse than someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if I just needed someone to take influence and do a job, he can do the thing.
Yep.
But I think that the liability game of like getting him knocked down and having triple ground pound or triple unmasking happen or whatever is terrifying. I've never like I've been lucky enough, or I don't know, maybe skilled enough to not have that happen to me yet, and I've not been able to execute that against anyone that I've played against. But
Mm-hmm.
the idea of like hitting multiple unmaskings or hitting multiple ground pounds or hitting multiple like top of the book things. Like
Hmm.
uh, I know that it must happen because people talk about it, but I think that in that situation, like maybe enough has gone wrong that you're just dead anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, so it
Uh,
depends which guild is trying to do it, right? So Union is pretty good at doing that, mostly because of how Vet Rage works, right? Where he can use other people and red coins and
bloody
Harrys and
coins and yeah,
benedictions and all that to
yep,
set up the fight, and then Gutter just spins to win, right? So they have a way to do it. Morticians have a way to do it, mostly on the strength of Obulus and Scalpel's ability to shape the fight however they want, right? They can Puppet Master and Voodoo Strings and all that great stuff to put the one model they want in the right place and to put the other models in the right places to get unmasking, and then have Gast just go to town, right? So um, I think Order have some ways to do it, but it's definitely harder than the previous two, right? I do think Order is better at fighting than people give them credit for, but it's not immediately apparent how to do that, right? But Harry is one of the best setup models in the game, right? Having pushes singled out and a knockdown is just a great way to pick out a model and be like, you're going to have a very bad day, right?
right,
Spigot, if they are knocked down and singled out, rolls an absurd amount of dice, right? It's
right,
what, basically 10 dice right off the rip with no extra help. And
right,
so then he starts getting scary in a hurry, and then Fangtooth is Fangtooth, right? I mean, his book is, by definition, like, it's an absurd book if you can get the top of it. And
right,
so finding out ways to get to the top of it is part of the play. But they don't, outside of those three, they don't really have any fighting tools, right? And so what makes it tricky is figuring out, okay, with this just the three models and the lion taking up space, how do I abduct, get someone into the bad spot and mess them up, right? And
right.
if I was a better order player, I'd have more specific advice on how to do that. But I do think, and it's
I think
and how
I
you
think
balance
mostly
that
it
with
happens
goals.
against like the guilds that want to press W and left click me. You know what I mean? Like I
Hmm.
think it's the guilds that want to like get all up in me and go for the gang ups, and then it's like, oh, actually, you're in a bad space because Fangtooth can come and crush you or whatever. I think that against the guilds that want to like hang back and drop traps, like against the hunters and alchemists and morticians of the world, I think I just never get that fight to happen unless someone goes completely crazy and I get to push them into a place that they don't want to be. But otherwise, it's just like feigning weakness by looking like a football guild and then making a section of the pitch just a really shitty place to be. But
Hmm.
I think that I want to be a more middle scoring guild. Like I think I don't want to sacrifice the ball game, but I think I don't want to be like ride or die for it. Like
Sure.
the amount of sadness that happens when the ball is far away is ridiculous. And like I feel like there's nothing I can do when my numbers are going down faster than your numbers.
Hmm.
And I even though the aesthetic is cool and like the playmaking ability of the Brisket and Spigot is cool, I really just want to be able to like outthink, outplan, and outdecide my opponents,
Right.
which this game or this team doesn't really want to do, but hunters do. So that's kind of what I'm about.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean,
And
so
like
that's order. Oh, go
seeing
ahead.
the trades where it's like I can move this jackass to get three of your traps down, and that frees up someone else, right? Like I feel like not learning all the bad habits and understanding how to spend one of my abilities for three of your abilities is something that I'm good at.
Hmm.
Uh, because I've been training it in other games for years.
Yeah, it's
So
just card
like
advantage, right?
exactly. So what I want to do, like it like, and in that case specifically, like mana advantage. Like I just want to be able to spend less to have you spend more. And what I want to do is play a guild where I get to make those sort of value assessments. And like at the point where I got to decide to leave Harry up in lieu of Fangtooth because Fangtooth was going to live and Harry was going to die, and I made the trade. It was like, yeah, well, Fangtooth kind of did the thing he was going to do, and you have to go through his resilience on this turn to kill him, and I think Harry's aura is going to be more useful getting me to the ball. So I'll trade his life for his because it's better. So I didn't feel like I wasn't thinking at all, but I do feel like the opportunities to think and decide are like severely lessened in huge all-in soccer guilds.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, and especially Order, right? Because Order have the most amount of ways to move themselves around and some of the least amount of ways to move opponents around, right? So a lot
Hmm.
of what you're doing is being presented a puzzle by your opponent and seeing, can I unpack this or not? But not really having agency to set up your own puzzles as much, right? Where there's some other scoring guilds have more, especially if you start talking about Fish, right? If they still qualify as a scoring guild, which is up for debate, um, they have a lot more ways to enact agency over the game itself.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think playing any of the guild, I think you're still at the point where I wouldn't even worry terribly much about if something's gonna be hard or easy to play or anything like that, and just think finding what seems the most interesting or compelling and just jamming games with that. Um,
Yeah.
I'm a big proponent of, let's say, two thoughts that I think a lot of people get wrong when picking stuff. Right? I think largely people overrate how much they care about playstyle. I think people can learn a new playstyle, and I think your first choice you should at least heavily weight aesthetics, right? Because a lot of playing one of these games is being motivated to keep playing. And aesthetic attachments can help you in motivating you to be like, oh, these guys are cool, and I just have more fun playing them because they look cool and act cool, and so then I want to play more, right? And
Right.
whereas a new playstyle like Control or Aggro or anything like that,
let me tell you though, they could be like D20s on a board at this point, and
sure,
I like the
yeah,
game so much that I would keep playing it. Like
yeah,
the aesthetics are certainly dope, and I will grant you that like I have aesthetic opinions about this game for sure.
mm-hmm.
But like I am hooked to the point now where it is I all I want to do is try all the guilds more.
Right, yeah,
So if I ever hit a rut, I agree with you, and
mm-hmm.
I will certainly be trying to tell friends of mine that I try to get hooked to pick for aesthetic reasons, so they keep wanting to play.
Yeah, and then
Uh,
like the next selection should just be based on what looks fun to play, right? Like if aesthetics are
right,
all actually straight equal, I think yes, morticians are hard, but I don't know. I'm pretty confident in at least your ability, most people's ability to learn this stuff if they just put in the games to do it, right? I don't think the band of difficulty in this game between different guilds is all that wide. Like it's a hard game, but I think it's a hard game if you're playing a good opponent, no matter what you picked. There's
sure,
some that are more or less easy, but not to the point where I'm like, if somebody came up to me and was like, Morticians look super cool and I want to play the control stuff. I would tell them just, I don't know, play 5, 6 games with them. If you don't hate yourself, keep going, right?
sure.
And not worry
Yeah,
about the
I should
quote
try
unquote
playing five or
hard to
six
play
games with them.
stuff.
And that's kind of what scared me away from Masons, because like I think what drew me to the first guild I was drawn to for non-aesthetics for playstyle was the Masons, because
Mm-hmm.
like I really like always having the tools to adapt on the fly and change to suit the game state, because I think that like my strength and the thing I enjoy most about these games is game sense.
Mm-hmm.
So like Masons, I think, have the ability to capitalize on what's happening in the game, if you have game sense, more so than most guilds. Uh, I could be wrong, but that's what made me excited about them. And if they are not impossible to play, which currently my one game with them, the permutations were a little wild. So I was dissuaded, but I'm probably going to go back at some point. But the hunters are sort of like the middle ground for me, where it's like there's a lot of uh planning complexity, like a lot of thinking ahead complexity, but not a lot of like permutational complexity. So like I don't have to have a bunch of knowledge of what all of the models can do if I can just come up with a reasonable plan, uh, and execute on that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I like Masons a lot as well, both the design and I've played them a non-zero amount. They were my first guild because I started. Hunters didn't exist when I got into the game, and then
Sure.
Hunters were absolute trash garbage when they came out. So then I went back to playing more Masons. Yeah, I mean I think based on the conversation we've had and listening you talk to Alex, right? I think any of Hunters or Morts or Masons will offer kind of more of what you want to be doing. Which of those three makes the most sense? I don't think we'll be able to know until you play some with either of them. But I think
Yeah.
all of them have different difficulty things to learn, but offer different options for how you approach and how you respond. But they're definitely all toolbox guilds that have a lot of ways to respond to what the opponent is doing. So yeah, I don't know, just pick one and play a bunch and see how it feels.
Dope. Well, do you want to, if you are free for any number of other games between now and when I fly away for that tournament, I would like to keep getting reps in, just with the game,
Sure.
and also see if I can't lock down a roster slash list, and then try to get some more iterations in with it.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, we can probably make at least some more games happen. I'm debating myself if I want to go down to that same event or not, right? Because LA is not too far for me to get to, but I don't know. I don't know.
You should allow me to be a bad influence. I don't like you should definitely go. So with the caveat of like if you aren't vaccinated and don't
Oh,
believe that.
yeah, no, I'll be vaccinated. I get my second shot on the 30th, so
Okay, great. Then in that case, I don't feel any reservations whatsoever telling you to go.
yeah, no, I wouldn't go at
Like
all if I wasn't vaccinated. I'm not
yeah,
about
and
that.
but I also didn't want to be that guy peer pressuring you to go if you weren't vaccinated. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
just the
yeah.
worst thing imaginable. So, but yeah, no, if it's safe for you to go, then absolutely go. It sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. Like I've never been to an Adepticon. I've never been to a Guild Ball tournament. It turns out my buddy who was going to go with me, Matt, the Brewers guy, it is his wife's birthday.
Ah,
So he is unlikely to actually go, which
yeah.
I told him was like obviously he should not go to this nonsense tournament in California
Hmm.
and his wife's birthday. But he'll be in for the next one. And yeah. Oh, I guess this is kind of a. We should talk about this offline, like once you kill the stream or whatever, or
Oh,
you can
sure.
edit this out. But
Oh, I don't
uh,
mind. Yeah.
I was wondering if I should be bringing any. Like I have mats and I like pitches and terrain and clocks and stuff. And like, do they need any of that stuff? Should I be bringing that, or should I talk to Octave about that? Like,
I mean, yeah, you can shoot him a note and just ask if he needs anything. Last I knew, they have more than enough stuff, so I wouldn't concern yourself with it, especially when you're
okay,
flying and just they. I haven't been to an event where the TO didn't have a bunch of that stuff or didn't ask for it when people are signing up, right? So,
okay,
but you can
great.
always shoot him a note just to be safe. But I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Kick ass. Well, in that case, man, it's quarter to 11, so I think we should call it.
Yeah, probably.
Uh, Dude, what a great way to spend fucking Wednesday. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
absolutely. I
This
had a
was a ton of
blast.
fun. And the next time you have availability, I'm in again. And if you want to keep recording it or whatever, if anyone enjoys this video,
Yeah, I'll be interested to know if anybody
like,
watches all
subscribe,
five
comment. I've
hours.
always wanted to say that. Slap that subscribe button. Uh, all right, y'all. And then I expect a cut of this ad revenue for all 45 views that are going to happen.
Definitely. Yeah.
All right. All right. Excellent. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
It was cool to finally like hang out and meet you in person, so to speak.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'll catch you later. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Sounds good, man.